Warren, K&H knows how devastating roofing problems can be, so they want to help you. From claims process to selecting the right roof and expert installation. And now save up to 15% on all roofing. Class 4 roofing from Owens Corning, Hefwave, and EuroShield. For details, visit KHWindows.
It was kind of depressing. Oh my God. So, her and a friend went to see
New Kids on the Block.
New Kids on the Block.
They're like 20th anniversary.
Yeah, so like, you know, not long ago, but still years ago, but not when they were big. And the fucking guy came down dragging a fucking
It's at the Pepsi Center.
The fucking boy band comes down with oxygen. Guess who opened up for him? She even forgot she saw him.
Wait, Gaga.
Seriously?
Before she was anything.
She opened up for the reunion tour of New Kids on the Block.
She's actually pretty talented.
She is.
Fuck yeah, she is. I never appreciated her until I saw her as either the Super Bowl, something big like that. And I was like, oh my God, that broad has got the nicest voice.
I'll get you water in a hot sec.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, let's see here. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Sure you want to exit? Fuck yes, I do. Oh, I'm going to go grab that PC. Do I want to grab it right now? Fuck. Do I want to get into that now? Fuck no, fuck no. It won't go right and I'll regret starting.
No, it's just funny listening to all the old farts trying to walk their way out of this place, and everybody's
complaining.
Nips and knees and hips, and
Hey, Mr. Kevin.
That's funny as shit.
It is.
Take whatever chair you want, Ken. I don't know why that was there.
What was there? What's she
This
talking
chair, fine.
Yeah, I wonder why they put that chair in here.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you know when it's time to get your brakes redone?
Well, I mean, either you hear them or you feel them. You feel vibrations and weird stuff and kind of pulling, or you just bring it into a place you trust and ask them to check your brakes.
Because on my Subaru, I have 66,000 miles.
Mileage has really nothing to do with it. It's more the driver.
Yeah, the brakes feel fine.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if there's a way to, mileage that you should have them checked.
My, my first Genesis, not the one I just sold, it had like 70,000 fucking miles, Doc, and it was still, the brake pads were still over 50%.
Yeah.
In our bus, you would think something that big, you'd be replacing the brake pads. Yeah, I'd probably
the
get
brakes
a
are so oversized on that, probably, for the size and the weight.
And the engine does all the braking.
Yeah.
I almost never hit the fucking brakes.
Yeah. How'd that do on your trip?
Did real good, man. We had a few just house items. I mean, mechanically, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I broke a chain on the slide. She had something there, but I just got that in. So what I had to do is just one slide when we opened it. So it's probably about the size of that window, and there's a chain driven on each side. One chain broke, so the other one would pull out.
So you got to help it.
I just had to push that other side, so it was easy to get around. It wasn't crazy, but I got a master link I just got in. I hope it fits. I'm going to get that fucker going. But it went really good, man. We could live in that one. It's fucking big, dude. It's huge. It's bigger than this and that, easily bigger than that.
Even with your dogs, there's still plenty of room?
Fucking a ton of room.
Cool.
Yeah. They're kind of funny. They kind of figured where they like, just like at home. She sleeps under the...
and they pick a spot, right?
Yep. She's under the kitchen table, and he likes right up front on the cold tile, kind of like in between the two captain's chairs in the front. And then I'll tell you, man, in the winter, the one thing that I never realized is so cool, and next time we do a house, I'll do it, is heated floors. That fucker's got heated floors, and in the winter...
Like kitchens and bathrooms and stuff like that, we have tile, you mean?
It's, so the whole thing basically is tile, and, I mean, there's some carpet. Of course, the carpet's not heated, but all the way from the very front to the back, and then there's 3 zones for the heated floors. You got...
So electric?
You got rear bathroom, you got bedroom, and then you got like the front area, so you can have some heated, some not. And then for storage, which is really cool, in the winter you can just put it on one for the heated floors. I mean, as long as you're plugged in, of course. And even on 1 out of 10, that fucker will keep your bus, even if it's 0 degrees, it'll keep the bus fucking perfect.
Just the radiant heat.
Just the radiant heat. It's crazy, man.
That's cool.
No, we had a really good time, man. Thanks for asking. It was, I got really used to, driving is way nicer than the old one. The other one was like driving a fucking RV. This is like driving a really nice bus. It's quiet. It's got the horsepower.
Well, just don't be in a hurry.
You can't.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you get
There's no
going
hurry.
too fast, or you can't stop it if you really,
There's no hurry. Oh, the tag axle too. So my old one was 37 feet. This one's maxed at 45. And that tag axle is unbelievable. If you're in reverse or if you're under like 10 miles an hour and have it in auto, that whole axle in the back turns with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, your turning radius, even though it's quite a bit bigger, is way better than the other one.
It's funny you said that. I noticed that when we were walking up, there's RVs and buses and stuff backing in the park.
Yeah.
At Red Rocks, and you can see that.
How the
When
tag
they're
works.
backing up, I was like, oh, that's pretty slick.
It's fucking slick as shit, man. Yeah, and we towed a trailer and a car the whole time, which that was not exciting. That I would never do it with that style trailer ever again, ever.
All 4 wheels up, or?
No, yeah, all 4 wheels up on a trailer.
Okay.
Never do it again.
Dolly it next time?
No, I think I'm probably going to buy another trailer in aluminum. This one was all steel. The ramps you had to pull out from under it and then pull them to the back. And the fucking ramps had to be 80 pounds each.
Oh, that's too much work.
Oh my God, it was like loading it up, and then you gotta, it's not like really made, it was my neighbor's trailer. I mean, it's kind of made for a car, but it's made for like if you're bringing a car from California to New York, and you're not going to be
You're gonna load it
using the
once.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to strap down the tires. It takes about an hour plus, so anytime we dropped the car, which was almost every time, and then some places really fucking sucked, because they don't allow trailers. Some of the real high-end places, they don't allow trailers on the pad. Well, generally there's no room.
Yeah.
So you have to I'd have to unhook the trailer. I'd have to drop the car, unhook the trailer from the bus, get the hitch, put it on the car, hook the fucking trailer up to the car, and then tow. And in one place in Hilton Head, this little fucking island, there's no room there. I had to tow the fucking trailer 6 miles and store it for a week at a fucking used store place.
Over, back on the mainland, right, over the bridge?
No, right as you come into it. So it wasn't technically over, but yeah, that big bridge you come into was
Right.
kind of right there.
Yeah.
Fuck, I was like, that's a motherfucker. They didn't tell me that either. And the only reason I had to do it there, because they had a place to store shit there. You pay $15 a day. I didn't give a shit. It was way better than finding this place.
Yeah.
But they won't do tandem. They will only do single, and ours is a tandem, or my neighbor's. So what I'm going to do to answer your question, I think I'm going to get an all aluminum that basically you just drive up on it. All those big fuckers are built right in. It takes 10 seconds to clip each tire, and then the ramp either is a aluminum simple pull out or a fold down, and that's fucking it. That I can deal with.
Yeah.
I ain't buying a Jeep, man. I almost went out and spent 50 grand on a fucking, what is it, a Renegade, the Jeep with the pickup looking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I got a fucking Tesla coming in. I will never drive this fucking Jeep unless we tow it
I'm not
somewhere.
impressed with those Jeeps at all.
It's like one of the very few things you can tow, though.
Really?
Oh, I
Why
see.
is that?
I don't know, man.
With the transfer case and everything, a lot of them, they don't lubricate properly if you're dragging the back.
Even if they're in
front
neutral.
wheels, even if they're neutral.
Really?
Yeah, and some of them, I didn't know this, check this out, Jeeps don't do it. Some of them, if you like, you're not supposed to tow them, but if they're a standard and you put it in a, what do you call it, neutral,
Yeah.
those fuckers will rack up miles.
What about, can you tow them backwards? In other words,
Well, each one has its own little distinction.
can you tow just the front wheels? You know,
Yeah, if it's a two-wheel drive.
Those
Yeah.
those little dollies are a fucking nightmare, man.
Try to back one of them up.
I don't think
If
you
it's going
can.
opposite all the time and fighting it.
I can back up the trailer good. I'm pretty fucking good at that, but I don't think you can back up those dollies.
It's challenge.
Oh, you cannot back up four-wheel towing or four on the floor. You cannot back it up.
It just locks up on you.
Yeah, because I don't think the wheels turn. But man, that was the worst
Well, they do. You
part.
leave them unlocked because when you're hauling, it'll turn for you with you.
Hey, babe, I do want to get Marty on for a great...
Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630 KHOW.
Welcome to the show. It's Friday here at the Troubleshooter Show. My name's Mark Major, and I want to first give an update on Tommy Boy. He is doing absolutely great. He's home, and he is just killing it, man. The surgery went absolutely about as good as it could. It took a long time. He had a lot of scar tissue in his back from whatever, just being old, I guess. I don't know. But 5.5-hour surgery. The surgeon did just a bang-up job, man. And Tom is doing great. He's recovering. You know, basically at this point, he's feeling parts of his body with that nerve being pinched. He just hasn't felt. But the actual pain, he said, is gone. The only pain he has right now is the incision point, you know, where they go in to fix your back. But it's a miracle, man.
And he comes out with a Band-Aid.
Yeah, it's
nothing. Yeah,
it's so crazy. So once that incision point heals, and then he starts, you know, physical therapy and stuff. It's just amazing. We were talking last night, and anybody with back problems, if you've had surgery or even just you know, injections, steroid injections, anything, think about this, Doc. 30 years ago, maybe a little more than that. I mean, it's nothing but not a death sentence, but it's a pain sentence forever. They didn't have the surgery that Tom had yesterday.
Or a major surgery as opposed to an in-and-out surgery.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, man. And then if you go back 50 years, maybe a little longer, there's nothing they could do. I mean, literally, they just drug you up for the rest of your life. That's your only relief.
Well, like everything else, there's advances with technology.
All right, if you're new to the show, it's simple. Here's what we do. We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. My goodness, we want to make your life just a little bit better. You've been ripped off, maybe by a contractor, an automotive shop. And I say that because it's Friday, it's car day. One of the voices you heard, Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Autotech. Kevin's been with us, God, I don't even know, Kevin, 15 years?
Yeah, just not quite that many, but yeah.
Yeah, a long time.
So, yeah.
I don't remember not seeing your face on Friday.
Yeah, no,
so...
a lot of fun, too.
Yeah, any question you have automotive. Now, we're still do, of course, everything, and I'm going to get right to the phones. But any questions automotive, maybe about buying a car, maybe about a shop that's trying to sell you something, maybe about a warranty, really anything. We do like car days, and the reason we do call it car day, unlike any other day, we have experts in, generally on Fridays, that own automotive shops or transmission shops, and it's your time to call in. 303-713-8255. You know, I looked up. Kevin and I and Doc were chatting before the show, and I realized the music was playing. I almost sat. You almost would hear Suzanne do the intro. Suzanne, any of these four you want me to go to first?
Line 4, his time is limited, Mark.
All right, cool. Thomas, what is going on with you, man?
Hi there. Thank you for the call and for the help. So I have a Hyundai Tucson. It has the 100,000-mile warranty.
Sure, I'm very familiar.
97,000 miles on it. I changed my own oil so I can check everything underneath. There was a seal for the right input axle. It leaked, so they fixed it.
Yeah.
6 months later, I'm taking it back because in between the tranny and the engine, the oil is leaking out of there. When they look at it, they say it's seepage.
Kevin, is that like the rear main?
Exactly. Yeah.
So did they replace the rear main, or are you saying they replaced the where the axle goes into that transaxle or whatever it's called?
Yeah, where the axle goes into the transaxle.
So is it leaking right there, or is it basically seepage from when? In other words, is the oil there fresh, or is it all dried up? What are we talking about here?
Well, when they did that first seal, it was all clean. It was good. 6 months later, I changed oil, and I noticed that leak in between the engine and the tranny.
Okay, so when you bring it up there, what do they say? Let's cut right to it, man.
They say it's seepage, and they show me videos. Their customer service, they take a
Wait,
video.
hold on, Thomas. Thomas, what do they mean by seepage? I mean, if it's leaking, it's leaking, right, Kevin?
I think the translation is it's seepage, so we're not going to cover it under warranty until it starts leaking.
Yeah, but isn't seeping leaking? Am I crazy? Semantics here?
Yeah, it is semantics.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. He's at 97,000 miles. What dealership is it?
A McDonald Hyundai, and it drips on my floor.
Well, the drip is a leak. A drip isn't seepage.
Here's what's interesting about this. And I know the guys over there. I do like their service department quite a bit. We really have very few calls. I don't represent them, but I have sent people over there to buy vehicles. But here's the deal, man. They get paid for that kind of work if it's under warranty. So it's hard to decipher any reasoning that they wouldn't want to fix it. It's not like they eat it because it's under warranty. They get reimbursed by Hyundai. So here's what I'd like to do. I want to send you over. Where are you located?
Here's my situation. Is I moved out of state, but my car is still there.
Well, that's an odd circumstance.
Family and friends can take it in for me to get it taken care of.
You know what? Smarty Marty, listen, here's what we're going to do. Suzanne, Smarty Marty handled one that we're going to do an update on. It happened to be McDonald Hyundai yesterday. So he's got someone over there he could talk to. I just want him to call over there. And why don't we forward him this guy's email? He said it's got a video or something in it. Let's give that to Marty, and I know Marty's listening. And let's see the real deal. Here's the deal, Thomas. If it's leaking, we'll get it handled for you. If it's not leaking, there's no reason they should do it. So I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, Kevin, am I missing something? It's either leaking or not.
It is. If it's dripping and it's dry, it's leaking.
Yeah. That's very true, man. If it's actually hitting your driveway. So let's do that, Thomas. We're going to help you out. How are you going to pick it back up, and where'd you move?
I moved to Northwest Kansas. I have family there, so I go back and forth a lot still.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, hold tight, man. Make sure we got all your info, and we'll follow up with you shortly. 303-713-8255. Man, we got a lot of good car stuff today. Kimmy. What's going on, Kimmy?
Yes, I'm here.
What's up?
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
You got it. What's going on?
Well, so I have a 2012 Volkswagen Touareg, and I took it into a local shop. I had an appointment to just get some routine oil change and filters changed, especially I live close to Boulder, so, I want to get my filters changed because of the fire and everything. So I take it in, and it takes 3 hours to get this routine maintenance done. And mind you, I have a toddler with me. It was a difficult appointment as is. But
well, hold on just one second. When you say routine maintenance, I assume we're talking about an oil change and what else?
Filter change, the air filters.
Yeah, cabin air filter, engine air filter. And those can be difficult, on some Europeans is inventory with our parts stores. It may have taken an hour or two to get one of those filters.
Oh, I didn't think of that. But is that the problem you're having? Was just a time frame? You're not happy with 3 hours?
No. So what happened is I get my car back, and I'm driving down the road, and the check engine light comes on. So I call them, and I say, hey, this wasn't on when I brought the car in, but it's on now. And the tech that I talked to, or the person at the front desk, says, oh, that's just a reset that we needed to do. We just need to reset the light, and we failed to do that.
Well, that's a line of crap. I mean, that doesn't make, Kevin, does that make any sense?
No. There's a service light, an indicator light, and then there's a check engine.
So if all they did, I know you don't got a crystal ball, but what could possibly have done it?
Well, changing the air filter, they may have knocked a small hose off. They may not have plugged in the air control, the mass airflow sensor. There's a lot of different little things in there that could have been bugged.
All kinds of things. All right, hold tight. We're going to come back to you right after this break and figure out where this goes. Maybe we need to call this shop. I don't know, but I don't like the line of crap they gave her. I can say that. I hate when people, they might have screwed up, and apparently they didn't. They go, oh, that's normal. You got to always reset those after an oil change. You lying little. Hold tight. Lying bastards.
That's like the worst one.
Yeah, I know. 3 hours, and then it comes on. It's like, oh, it's going to be a bad day for these guys.
This Sunday, serving
Look at us doing shit on time. Get the fuck out of here. We're doing shit on time. I can't believe it. We're breaking on time.
Triple J Armory, located off C470 and Broadway.
O'Brien Legal Services. Man, do I like Bradley O'Brien. Man, do I like Bradley O'Brien. O'Brien Legal Services. Here's what this guy does. He does anything that's got to do with real estate. I don't care if you're buying a building. I don't care if you're buying a house. You need to have an attorney look over it. Residential, commercial. Maybe you're a landlord and you haven't updated your lease. There's been a lot of changes out there, and your lease might not be valid if that person wants to leave on you. You might not be able to hold them to them because some of the new stuff's not in there. Anything that has to do with real estate, call Bradley O'Brien, 720-370-7388 or olslaw.com. Become the banker. We have Jordan and his dad Joe in all the time. They have a pretty cool deal. So basically you get a life insurance policy and you can actually overfund it with retirement money. Then you can lend it back to yourself and charge yourself a high interest rate. Maybe instead of paying the bank 4 or 5% on a new car, you can pay yourself the interest in your IRA, or not in your IRA, but on your but in that fund, 18%, and build that retirement money. But you can find all the information at becomethebanker.org. You'll see Martino talking to him. Becomethebanker.org.
I see Talib's phone number up there. How's he doing?
Talib's doing real good, man. He's been out 6 weeks, but he's doing everything remotely. He's doing really good, man. He can feel everything. His back surgery.
Yeah, another back surgery, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. His was pretty good, too, man. He's got to go in. He got fused and all kinds of shit. All he's got really left is start rebuilding that muscle. Because for, 10 years or whatever, he wasn't using certain shit. So he starts his outpatient shit pretty soon. He's doing really good, actually. He said, man, I can feel my fucking feet and shit. I'll tell you, you get a pinched nerve, it plays havoc.
A lot of procedures, like what Tom said when he got his lens replacement, and just color. I still remember my oldest son, when he first got glasses, we didn't realize how bad his eyesight was. He couldn't see 40 feet away.
Our kid was like that. We just didn't know.
But there was no reason to know. And he's sitting there out the window. He's like, oh, my God, where are all these trees? Look at the, I felt so bad. I was like, oh, my God. I failed as a parent. My son's blind and I didn't even know it.
So that sucks. Okay. Let's see here. Who can I pull up? I'm going to pull up Harris and Silverleaf. Sure did, man. Credit card debt is fucking outrageous right now. They cut that free money off, boy.
Yep. One thing I never, well, I shouldn't say never, but I mean, it's been a long time since I've carried a balance.
It's too expensive. If there's any way you can go without.
You fight tooth and nail to get an extra half a point on your mortgage, but you turn around and pay 18% or 14% or.
Yeah, my mortgage. I bought this house that's being built.
Mm-hmm.
If they had given me a mortgage a year ago, I would have saved $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
Because it would have gone from 2.5%, now it's going to be 7%.
Yeah. I used to give my buddy shit because he'd go to refinance, pay off all his stuff, and do all this and that, and I said, and then you stop on the way back and fill up your diesel truck with your credit card, and you just start the process all over again. I said, man, why don't you, it's not that hard, man. If you don't need it, leave it.
I know.
I don't know. Did you get caught by that Walmart dump?
Oh yeah, I got $500,000 in Walmart.
Yeah.
I worry nothing about that shit. But yeah, fuck yeah, I noticed it that day. You look up and you're $70,000 down. You're like, what the fuck?
But they up their dividend, and actually Walmart will perform better in the recession than virtually anybody else.
No, I agree. It's kind of shocking to see that.
Fuck yeah, it was. And I'm a little pissed at fucking I can't think of his name. Their CEO. They should have given a little more guidance. Can't think of the guy's name. McMillan, or not? Is it McMillan? I forget, but he did not give proper guidance. They usually come in exactly where they're going to come in, plus. In fact, I think maybe 3 times in the last 5 years they've been under. It never fucking happens. You know what it was? It was the cost of labor.
Yeah.
It was all labor, man.
It was a lot of accumulation of stuff, and I think they got sucked in with the Target and everything else. You know.
I still don't know how Target survives. I hate Target.
A lot of people who go there.
Yeah, I guess so. They're always empty compared to Walmart. Silver Leaf Mortgage. Check these guys out. Not only do they do reverse mortgages, they give you the straight skinny on it, and they also have the Forever Home Foundation. Maybe your house needs a little work to qualify for that reverse mortgage. These guys
It's just the
But
service light telling
they
me that it
probably
needs to be
didn't
done.
do that filter. That wouldn't be general maintenance, would it?
Typically not.
Yeah, I doubt they did that. Did they actually do that filter, Kimmy?
You know, I
understand you're under the impression they did. I get that, but did they actually do it?
I don't believe so. I'm not entirely sure because, again, this is from what I understand now. You know,
okay. So what happens after there? Let's keep going down the road. What happens?
Yeah. So that notice comes on, and again, I think, okay, this is just needs to be reset. And then within another 24 or 48 hours, my car is no longer accelerating, and it's a turbo diesel. So it
probably went into some form of a limp mode.
Exactly.
So just so people out there understand, with diesels in the emission stuff, like our coach, if I run out of DEF, it gets really weird. If I'm out of DEF and I turn it off and turn it back on, it's in limp mode until I get DEF in there. If I don't turn it off and keep driving it, I can probably go about 3 hours without DEF, but then it'll kick into limp mode. So it sounds like your vehicle kicked into limp mode.
Correct. Yep.
Okay,
yeah,
so then what?
Accelerate. So again, I call this repair shop and I say, okay, this is escalated. Now there's something, again, I don't know if this is related to the service that was just done, but my car's not accelerating.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, well, we can't get you in for 2 weeks.
Oh, my
And
God. Did you bring it somewhere else?
Commute. Exactly. So I commute. I can't be without a car.
Yeah, Kimmy, I get all that. So you brought it somewhere else, and what'd they find?
So what they find when they run the diagnostic code is it points exactly to the day that I took it in for the routine oil change and filter change, that the max airflow sensor was not plugged back in. So it led to a whole chain reaction of
Now,
issues.
wait, here's where the question is, and I don't know if Kevin knows the answer to this. Diesel mechanics are, they're kind of in a world of their own, man. If you unplug the mass flow air sensor, Kevin, can that affect the particulate filter? That's the question.
That's hard to tell because the computer is going into base settings and everything else. So it could start triggering other problems.
So, Kimmy, you're saying because they unplugged that, they created this other issue. How much did that issue cost you?
$606.
And that was to replace the particulate filter.
That was to the technician at the Volkswagen dealership explained that it wasn't as simple as just plugging the sensor back in, that because there was no regulation without the sensor, that it caused a whole chain reaction of issues within the engine. And they were able to fix it within 24 hours.
But wait, Kimmy, what did they do to fix it? What did they do to fix it is what I'm asking.
I'm not entirely sure.
Can you send me?
I'm not a huge car
okay.
person.
But this shop that you brought it to, they're literally pointing the finger at the mass airflow sensor, right?
Correct.
Is that on the invoice? Did they document that for you on the invoice?
They did, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Then let's call over there. Doc, you want this or you want me to give it to Marty? This is ridiculous. She brings it there. It's evident they unplug that because they can trace it back. Kevin, I didn't know that. So if you have a code, if you have the right scanning equipment, not a cheap thing, but stuff like you guys have, you can tell the date it happened?
That you can see mileage. You can see some of it, not the date, though.
Okay.
I mean, it's easy to do. You unplug that when you take the air filter box apart.
And they didn't plug it back in.
Plug it back in, but they should have had a light instantly on startup, and the tech should have noticed.
So Kimmy, what are these guys saying? Well, I'm going to give this to Doc to look at, but what are these guys saying?
So I call over to them, and I explain the situation, and I say I had to pay the $600 to get my car fixed. And
what they say?
Essentially, they explained that because I took it to another shop that was within 25 miles of their shop.
Yeah, but they couldn't get you in for weeks.
Liable for it.
Okay, well,
Exactly.
Not liable for it. I don't even know what that means. They created it. Yeah, it would have been nice if they could get you back in and looked at it, but they didn't. What's the name of this shop again?
It's called Honest One Auto Care.
Here's what I want, Doc. Just give these, I'm not even going to call them clowns yet, but let's give these clowns a call, and let's find out what's going through their brain. I want you, though, Kimmy, to send us over something that where this new shop that actually fixed it and knew what they were doing is pointing to the old shop. And then, Doc, let's get this over there. They created this issue, according to her. We haven't heard the business side, but before I go any further with these guys, I want to verify that they're not willing to pay for it, but yet acknowledge that they unplugged it. Because if so, they're asinine.
Yeah, let's get the invoice from the other shop, and then I'll call.
I don't understand why. Okay, Kevin, I'm going to ask you straight up. Absolutely straight up. If this was your shop, and just like you said, it's easy to forget because when they did the air filter, you have to unplug it. If this was your customer, where would you stand on it right now? No BS.
Well, no BS. It wouldn't have been 2 weeks.
Okay, you would have said, get your ass back in here.
Knocked it off that day.
Yeah, because something like this could happen.
This can happen, and just get it right back in and deal with it.
All right, Kimmy, hold tight. Make sure we have all your information. Get us that invoice ASAP. Sean, Angie, Tony, you guys hold on. We got a lot going on. We've got another problem with the dealership. I have no idea what Tony's talking about. Suzanne, appeal to get gun rights back. Is he talking about his rights to own a gun? The country, I have no idea what he's talking about. But if it's his rights and he lost it because he's a felon or something, we can get Joseph A. Lazare on. He is an expert at everything guns. Not sure why I just said he's an expert at everything guns. We've had him on for that call a million times, though.
Looking up this Honest One, apparently it's a chain.
Wait, oh, K and H. Okay. Does anybody got a pen? Doc, you got a pen I can use, man? Thanks. When I came back last time, I did Silverleaf, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to come back with gutter helmets. 97 degrees, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Holy.
It's humid, too, outside.
Is it?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I try not to be outside when it's going to be hot.
Well, I noticed that in the shop because we got 2 big swamp coolers, and they're not working real well this morning because of the humidity.
I love Garage Kings. You know, they came out and did our garage floor. They put this beautiful coating. Suzanne got to pick out all the different colors, and each year after the winter, I just take a hose to it and it looks brand new. It doesn't create any oil stains. It gets rid of gasoline. This stuff is bulletproof. Lifetime guarantee with Garage Kings. You never put money down. You pay when the job is done and it looks beautiful. Fast, free estimates, the guaranteed lowest pricing. I love Tony and the gang. Garage Kings, 720-252-0370. How old's that house looking? I don't mean how old is it. I mean, is the siding looking horrible these days? How about the doors, the windows? I want you to call K&H Home Solutions. Right now, they have 25% off their regular low prices. These guys are unbelievable. Some of their windows are the most beautiful things you've ever seen, the most energy efficient. When you're running that AC, you want that good glass in there. And the entryway doors, if yours is old, it can change the entire look of your house. It can update everything. If you're going to be there for a while, give these guys a call. They've got great financing, 25% off right now, and they're doing the jobs quickly. 303-421-7100, K&H Home Solutions, 303-421-7100. So, yesterday I forgot to do some spots, Kevin.
Uh-oh.
It hit me like a brick in the last half hour, so I got to make some up today. It's no big deal. I just got to remember them. They're just quick little 10 and 15 seconds, but I went through 3.5. Remember, I do this all the time, and I always do the in-house, and I fucking forgot. I mean, it's like I'm 75 fucking years old all of a sudden.
Hey, you know how we feel.
How do you go 3.5 fucking hours and then go, oh?
I'm starting to do little stupid things like that. My accountant, she told me the last time I saw her, she wanted to come out on the 1st instead of like the 10th or 15th because she had stuff coming up. Just like that conversation never happened. She's there on the 1st and I'm not there. She's like, did you forget?
So
I was like, what?
I had my Silverleaf's done. Gutter helmet.
What's his personal inventory?
There's spots that we basically own. It's a long story, but unlike it's the ones where I go this hour brought to you by or whatever.
Right.
So I was on fentanyl twice last week. I had a colonoscopy. They fucking clipped an artery. So the next day I'm in the emergency room getting my second colonoscopy in my life 24 hours later. But I'm on this fentanyl. And apparently after we left the second time, I remember the colonoscopy, both of them, like a fucking movie. Yeah. I remember everything about them. But afterwards, apparently we stopped at King Soopers and I'm like getting chicken and all this shit. I have absolutely no memory of it whatsoever. Suzanne was like yesterday, hey, let's make that chicken. I said, I don't think we have chicken at home because we just got back from our trip. Yeah. She goes, we were at King Soopers yesterday. You were walking around getting chicken and all kinds of shit. Yeah, I don't remember a damn thing.
That's the Versed, not the fentanyl.
What is it?
It's the Versed they give you, not the fentanyl doesn't cause that kind of memory loss.
Okay.
It's more the Versed.
Okay, whatever they have in the IV. Yeah. Well, both of them, I guess, are IV. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like I remember what I wasn't supposed to remember, but I remember nothing after it.
Right.
Some people do that on purpose.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? Oh, I'll tell you, this vet we had, he was a really good guy. When I owned the computer stores 20-plus years ago, and next to one of them in Parker is a vet. And I really liked this guy. We ended up trading out. He'd take care of my animals. I'd take care of his point-of-sale stuff. It was a great relationship. But but they would break into his store like once every 4 months and steal ketamine.
Ketamine.
So I'm asking him, I go, this is years ago. I said, why the fuck do they steal ketamine? What is it? I never heard of it. He goes, that's what we use before we put him to sleep. And I'm like, you're telling me these drug addicts break in to get a drug that you use to put animals to sleep?
Yep.
That's fucking insane. Who takes a drug that kills you?
Well, they don't do it to kill themselves. They do it because they want the high and they want to. It's like heroin. You know, you inject heroin, you just fall asleep basically.
So it's the stuff they shoot with the dog or cat that basically puts them out, but they're still breathing.
Right.
Then they shoot them up with the what? What stops their heart generally?
I don't know what they use. It could be something as simple as sodium chloride.
See, these morons, wouldn't it be funny if they grabbed the wrong shit?
Yep.
But all of them are, I mean, everything you take is laced with something right now. I mean, it's a crapshoot, whatever you're.
It's like, where was it, Oregon? They decriminalized everything. They thought they'd be able to save more lives, and they've had more overdoses than they ever had before, ever.
Well, you and I agree.
All right, 303-713-8255. Those gutters don't clean themselves, and if you're sick and tired of climbing up on that ladder, imagine taking a fall. That would suck. I want you to look at Gutter Helmet. You can go to gutterhelmetdenver.com, but you will never clean your gutters again. It's a patented system. You've seen them on TV. It's a real deal. Gutterhelmetdenver.com. All right, 303-713-8255. Let me pull this back up and see where we're at. Honest One Repair Shop, Kimmy. We're working on that. In fact, Doc just left the room with some paperwork on there. We're going to call over there, and honestly, they're going to end up doing something because it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't care if they didn't get to see it. Your car can't be in limp mode for 2 weeks. You can't get to work. It's ridiculous to ask somebody that when they're the ones that created the problem. Honest One. Let's find out what's really going on with these guys, because I don't like their name already. I simply don't think it fits the business. But let's see how they react to Doc. Doc's pretty good with that stuff. Sean, what's going on with you, man?
My wife was trying to withdraw her 401k last Tuesday, so we went to the local branch for Mutual of America.
Okay.
They notarized it, time-stamped it, and everything, and found out today that it hasn't even been processed.
Well, it takes a little bit of time, but let me ask you, Sean, is she taking it out as a loan? Are you cashing it out? Are you rolling it over? What are you doing?
We're cashing it out because we're looking to purchase a business in the Colorado Springs.
Hey, Sean, can I just say something? I know this isn't why you called, and we're going to look into it and figure out how to get you your money, but with the penalties and then paying for all that money, paying all the taxes on that money, man, are you sure it's worth pulling out of there to start a business? And I'm being serious.
Yeah. Well, my wife is 65, so she's getting hit with all the penalties.
I got you. In fact, she won't get hit virtually. I don't think she'll get hit with any. She's just going to get hit with the normal taxes. Okay, I'm sorry to even go down that bunny hole. You sounded younger to where you weren't close to that age, and I was going, man, there is almost zero circumstance where you want to do that, but you're fine, 65. Okay, so if you call over there right now, or we do, we'd have to do a three-way call because they're not going to talk to us. How long are they telling you it's going to take?
Well, they're telling me their office back. She called the office back east. They don't know why it wasn't processed. They can't get an answer till next week because they're getting ready to close early for the holiday, and then they're not open Monday.
Yep, that's true, man. It's going to put you. Does this put you in a bind to where you can't close on whatever you're doing, or how is it affecting you waiting till Tuesday?
Well, her balance last Tuesday after the 800-point slide on the market was 58,000, and this morning it's 46.
Whoa, wait a minute. You made the request to cash out. Holy crap, this is interesting. I never even would have thought of that part of it. Generally, when you cash out, I'm just trying to think of like an Ameritrade account I have. if I told them I wanted to cash out on a Tuesday, here's what's weird about it, because what I would do is I would go in there and sell my stocks. I would personally liquidate them, then I would cash it out. Do you pick your own stocks inside that 401k? What company did it come from? Her company that she works for?
Correct.
God, I don't.
Services and
This sucks, man. I mean, I'm just trying to think how I'd handle this. I don't know. Who is it? Mutual Omaha? Who'd you say it was?
It's crazy, isn't it?
Mutual of America.
I don't. Here's the problem. We have extra. Oh, you know who we can get on? Let's get on John Goodhue. Someone, yeah, you know who I'm talking about, babe. We need someone that deals with people's 401ks, because I don't understand what the norm is. I just don't get it. We do everything, Suzanne and I, self-directing. So we would literally sell our positions, and we would literally transfer our own money out. I mean, we would do everything ourselves. I don't know how it works when it's being managed by that. But if you told them you wanted to cash out on Tuesday, and it was worth $8,000 or whatever it was, and then all of a sudden they didn't do it because their back end screwed up, their inner office, and now it's only worth $5,000. Man, I'd be livid, boy. I'd be livid. Do they acknowledge it should have been done Tuesday?
Yeah, they say that it was a computer glitch.
Yeah, okay. Well, that computer glitch, they better cough up $3,000. But hold tight, man. I'm going to get an expert on this. Either John. Oh, is John there that quick? If he's on that quick, I'll go right to him. But 303, I don't have any open lines. Hold on, let's do this. Angie, what's going on with you?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I purchased a car from Fort Collins Kia, a 2022 Kia K5 GT line.
Wow.
In December.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a super cool car. And so in March, I was driving down the highway, the highway in Longmont with my son, and it was like my car brake checked, but I didn't hit the brakes, and then it wasn't accelerating. So I pulled off on the side of the road, turned it off, turned it back on, and started going again, and it did it again.
Oh, my God. Hold on. And this is brand new. Yeah. I'm only doing this to you. Yeah. I hate cutting people off midway, Angie, but I've got one of our experts on from that call. Let me get with John real quick, get that handled, and then I'm going to come right back to you. But I think I know where this is going. It's a brand new car. It breaks down, and I'm guessing it ended up back at the shop, and we'll figure it out from there. All right. John Goodhue. John, I'm asking you because I don't know the answer to this. Mutual America, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay, so this guy has a 401k, or his wife does, through her job, of course. So she wants to cash out. She's 65 years old. I don't even want to get into that part, so don't go down the same bunny holes I did.
All right.
But she wants to cash it out. She goes into a local office, and I want to make sure that is correct. Hold on. Sean right here. Sean, you guys went into a local office, right?
Yeah, they have an office in Greenwood Village.
All right, good enough. So he goes, listen to this. They go in there to cash it out, and it's Tuesday, this last Tuesday. So they say, okay, we'll cash it out, bam, bam, bam. So they're expecting the money. Now we're Friday, the money hasn't come, and they say, we're sorry, there was a computer glitch. They admit this. They actually say, Sean, tell them what they said.
They said that it was a computer glitch. They don't know what happened, but they won't be able to get it processed till probably Tuesday at the earliest because of the holiday and them being back east. They're getting ready to leave early.
Meantime, John, the market craps, and what was worth $8,000 or $9,000 on Tuesday is now worth $5,000 or whatever the numbers are. What the hell, man? Are they responsible? How would this typically work?
Well, the 401ks are subject to delays like that because this is not unusual. Sometimes it takes 401ks. If you're going to cash out of a 401k, which is a whole other story, but if you're going to cash out of one, it usually takes a week or longer for the custodian or trustee of the fund to actually process everything.
Oh, I'd be so livid.
It's not like moving your IRA.
Well, what I was saying is, for example, I've got I don't got a 401k, but okay, Suzanne did at one point. In her 401k now, we rolled over into one of her IRAs. But that when we did have the 401k, I self-administered it. I just log into Ameritrade and I'd buy and sell stocks just like I do in any other IRA account inside of her 401k. But you're saying typically that's not how it works. In other words, Sean or his wife probably didn't have the ability because they still work for the company, and the company probably didn't allow it to go in and do whatever the hell you want.
No. Now that's a different story. Going in and taking all the money out of the 401k, that's a process. They should have access to be able to go in just like you're talking about. And if it's me and I'm in this kind of market, I'm probably moving that money over to the the cash equivalent account. There has to be a cash equivalent account.
So that's what I'm saying. When they walk in there Tuesday, John, just to put this as straight as I can, when they walk in there Tuesday and say, we want to cash out, wouldn't they liquidate? I mean, Sean, were you there? Did you guys say sell all of our stocks and sell everything inside the 401k? We want to liquidate and cash out. I mean, exactly what did you say?
That's correct.
So in John, they didn't even sell the stocks. So on Tuesday, they're told, and as far as what Sean's telling us, they acknowledge they were told to sell everything and liquidate it. I understand it takes a little bit to get that check, but shouldn't have they got rid of those positions on Tuesday? And now we're at Friday, and the guy's thing's almost in half or 30% down.
Well, 401k plans don't work like that generally.
Okay.
I mean, think of it this way. You own the money inside your 401k, but the 401k is actually owned by your company.
John, are you saying pretty much, let's cut to it. Are you saying he's pretty much screwed on this, most likely?
Most likely, yes. I mean, right now, what I would do is, I mean, if you're still afraid of the markets and you don't want to wait till Tuesday, you think the markets may crash some more like today or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Go inside your 401 and go to the cash equivalent option in your 401k plan account.
All right.
You can do that.
John, I got to take this break. I do appreciate you. APO Financial, these guys will manage your money, and this wouldn't happen. 720-588-2000, 720-588-2000. We got a lot coming up.
Is it Kim or Kimmy?
What? I think honestly, I'm going to give him this advice. He fucking hangs in there.
Well, he needs the cash to do the business.
I can't read this. Can you read that? Tell me what it says. I think my own glasses.
Wills, trust, power of attorneys, medical directives, beneficiaries deeds. These guys over at the Blake Harris Law Firm can do it all for you, and they have flat rate pricing. They did our trust. They did our will. They're great guys over there. They can do simple stuff. They can even help you with plans to avoid probate. They can help you transfer money, so if you end up in long-term care, you can still have some assets to pass on to the kids. 833-ASK-BLAKE. They'll talk to you, give them all the information, flat rate pricing, 833-ASK-BLAKE. Now, do you have some old jewelry hanging around? Maybe tangled necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches, coins, anything that has value, any precious metal. David Ellis is going to buy it from you. In fact, he says, I'll weigh it and I'll pay it. He does it right there on the spot, and you're going to get a way better price than any kind of pawn store or anything like that. So if you have this old jewelry, it's doing you no good at all, maybe an old wedding ring, you want to forget about that ex, just get it out there, get paid for it. David Ellis Jewelers, 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779. 25.
Basically what they're saying is, and I understand it now, the car needed to regenerate.
What do you mean?
The diesel particulate filter goes through a regeneration process every so often, every certain miles. So what they did not cause the regeneration, but the car cannot regenerate without the airflow sensor. It needs to see the speed and the airflow in order to go into regeneration. That's why her regeneration particulate filter came on, because the regeneration that's automatic on that car failed.
Because it was unplugged?
Because the airflow sensor was unplugged.
So what did they do to rectify
What they
it?
did is they went through and they had to force regeneration and different things. So there's no parts or anything. It's all labor at Volkswagen.
Okay.
But they diagnosed it, they plugged the plug back in, and then it took a couple hours to get it to regenerate.
Okay.
Because with the scanner, you have
So they created the whole problem.
Yes.
So what specifically was unplugged?
The mass airflow sensor.
That
Why
sucks.
did I get new glasses? I can't read the small print. Seriously.
Well, my God, look at that, Doc. How often are you going to have print like that? Never.
You know, but shame on them for blowing off a customer their concern after they got their, you know.
Yeah.
That's.
No, they didn't know. You know what? They were over their head with the diesel. They simply didn't know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you got a light on, bring the damn car back.
I agree,
I
man.
mean, what the hell? The guy could have pulled in the back, so, oh, shit, you know, plugged it right in, and then they look like superstars. I mean, well, they probably didn't want to deal with her. I'm sure she laid into him a little bit, but, you know, with the 3 hours.
I know. It was probably a nightmare. I'm telling you, how's your staffing? Are you down?
Yeah, we're at minimum. I mean, I get one guy out sick, and we're down 25% on our production. I mean, it's brutal. Yeah.
That sucks, man. Everywhere. Everybody is so short. I don't know how all these people, like, pay their mortgages and shit. There's so many jobs open, but yet so many people not working.
What the hell? Where did everybody go?
I don't know.
I get tired, too, you know.
They just, I guess COVID, a lot of people are like, you know what? I got enough to retire, whatever. I'm just out.
Well, I go through that, but I don't even know what enough is anymore.
No, no one does.
You know.
Especially now.
No, yeah, I mean.
I remember when $1 million was money.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm not sure if that's enough.
Yeah, last week before the market crashed.
Yeah, I know.
I get in there with a guy, I got small IRA at one of my banks and this and that. And I said, dude, just move everything to the cash side. I'm just tired of it right now. Yeah, but I you know, I got 10, 15 years on you. I don't have that 10, 15 to play with.
It's probably going to be, you know, some stocks are going to be no issue. Walmart, I think, will be back where it was.
No, I'm not worried about that, but a lot of the funds are really taking a beating.
Everything's taking a beating.
Yeah. Because I got out right in the middle of that last 10-point drop. I got out at about 3-4 points. Dude, just I'll get cash for that. Well, you know, it's like, just stop arguing with me, man. Just close, you know, if you argue one more time, I'll get down and get my money and go move it somewhere else. Got to ride these things. It's like, I'm pissed. With the riding thing. Sometimes you don't. You know, I understand, yeah, inflation's at 8%. If your money's sitting there making no money, you're losing 8% sitting. It's like, well, how much did you guys lose this year?
Yeah.
You know, so I'd rather lose 8% than 20%. Well, you can't be timing. I said, I'm not trying to time the market, but this right now is way too volatile. You know, when you get 3 and 4 point swings on like the S&P and shit.
I'll tell you what's going to be crazy is if it escalates anymore. Hey, you know what Paul Downing right now is doing? Check it out. He owns Water Pros. These are the guys that can actually sell you a system that's better than the big names like Hogan or whatever. They can actually sell you what those other guys sell for $8,000 for under $2,000. You'll hear me talk about them. You'll hear Tom. You'll hear Dave Ramsey, and there's a reason. This guy can save you a ton of money. But this weekend, check it out, this Saturday, and this is only good right now, this Saturday, and I believe it's this Saturday only, they're doing a special service call. So for $99, if you already have a water softener, doesn't matter what brand, and maybe it hasn't been maintained for a long time, they're going to come out. In fact, they're going to do a free water test to confirm the softener is actually set to the proper hardness level. They're going to check the programming. They're going to set everything to the factory specs for what you should be doing. They're going to check the drain line. They're going to check the reverse osmosis. system, and the filters are going to make sure it's holding the proper pressure, and they're going to make sure the delivery of the softener is working. So, $99 if you've had a softener that hasn't been maintained in a long time. That includes the trip charge. That includes everything. $99. If you've been putting it off, I would get it done, and I would get it done now. 303-862-5554. 303-862-5554. Now, I want to go back because we're starting to get this kind of call more and more. By the way, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. I want to hear from you. We have a couple open lines. Angie, you bought a brand new Kia, a 2022. What dealership did you buy it from, by the way?
I bought it from Fort Collins Kia.
Fort Collins. Okay, so how long until you started having the problems? You said a couple weeks. How long was it?
March 28th is when I had the issue.
Yeah, but how long did you have the car? You bought it new. How long?
Oh, my apologies. December 4th is when I bought it.
Okay, so you had the problem, and did you take it back? Did they fix it? Where are we at?
So I took it to Fowler Kia on I-25 because I couldn't take it all the way down to Fort Collins.
Yeah,
so,
I dig.
So they've had it ever since. They still have it.
Oh, my God. And you brought it there when? March?
March 28th, yeah. So
3 months?
days
What are they saying? They must be giving you some feedback.
So they told me that on the 30th of March, they told me they think it's the high pressure fuel pump. So they ordered it and said it would be 4 to 6 weeks. And I was like, cool, no problem. They gave me a loaner, 2020 Kia Soul. I was like, all right, got it. So then I have an app on my phone for my car that tells me when it's been moved or when it's unlocked. And so on April 25th, I got a notice, and I was like, oh, cool. It seems like, they probably got the part in and tested it. So I gave them a couple days for them to call me and let me know what was up. Didn't call me, so I called them on April 28th and said, what's going on? And they said it didn't fix it, and they don't know what's wrong.
Oh, my God.
So
they misdiagnosed it, and it cost you 6 weeks, I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I'd be livid. Now, you're still in the rental, or not rental, but the loaner?
Correct.
Well, okay,
I'm paying on the car.
What's that?
And I'm still paying on my car.
Yeah, I understand that, but you got a loaner.
Yeah.
3 months. Okay, I hate to do it to you. We're up against some music, but we're going to make a call. Hey, I want Smarty Marty on this one, Suzanne. He might be able to call over now. 3 months is unacceptable, and they were chasing the wrong problems. Hold tight. knockoff, but fuck is it good.
Costco's got their own pellets now. I
Yeah.
haven't tried them yet.
I haven't
got
either.
A bag. I bought one last time I was there.
You know where I've been buying them is in Elizabeth at Big R.
Yeah.
Good shit, man.
Really?
And price is right.
Well, Costco's Kirkland, what were they? $13, $14 for 30 pounds.
I love Costco, man. I just got, so I love, my favorite t-shirt is his brand at Costco. It's called Eddie Bauer. I know Eddie Bauer's like a brand, but 2 t-shirts are like $14, man. And they're thick and they're nice. And I order them right from Costco online. So I had like 8 t-shirts. She about fucking shoots me when I do this shit. So I got 8 t-shirts. And then these came in, these fucking shoes, Feelia, Costco, $25, man. And I love them. They usually last me 6 months to a year. And I just love Costco.
You can't beat their appliance stuff.
No, I think their food's a little high now. The meat department's getting high compared to Sam's Club. I'll usually use Sam's, but the quality is fucking great.
Yeah, I like Sam's for some stuff too.
It's a big fucking toy store. It's a problem, man.
Yeah. Now we got a washer and dryer, refrigerator, and probably a stove here soon from Costco. Yeah.
That's where we got our refrigerator. So we bought it, and it was the first time in a long time. Just because it was Costco, I bought the extended warranty. It was like, I don't know, $150. I don't remember. It was expensive. It was a fucking $3,000 fridge or whatever.
Yeah.
And about 2.5 years goes by. Fucking compressor takes a shit. They sent someone out under their warranty thing. And he said, yep. And he goes, and the problem is we're not going to be able to get it, so we're just going to give you what you paid for it. They wrote me a fucking check for whatever, $3,200, and I just hopped online and ordered another one, man. Couldn't believe it.
That's $150 you ever spent.
It was, man. The only reason I did it is because it was Costco.
Yeah.
What do you drive? Don't you have a truck?
Yeah, I bought a truck 10 years ago, and I just like it. It's 2011 F-150 crew cab.
What's it, about 125 to fill up now?
Yeah, at least. It's almost 40 gallons, so yeah, it's close to 200.
Dude, I was paying, so we got 100.
Just say that bus, you gotta pull out a couple credit cards.
150 gallons times. We were actually, I'm pretty savvy, so we were paying under $5 altogether, but
still, it's $600-700 for a tank.
Shit, more than that. But you know, I'd never go. I usually have a half tanker.
Yeah.
I put about 500 miles on it.
There's no reason to run them low. No, I'm not big on, trading in and doing things. My girlfriend wants to. I bought her a Subaru. Seemed like this a couple of years ago. This 2017. But she doesn't drive. She's got 20,000 miles on a 2017. How many minutes? Stop. I'm not buying any cars right now.
Not right now, man.
It's $40,000 plus 20.
We bought a new one, but I got I sold my Genesis, bought another one, but we got top fucking dollar. I basically got what I paid for mine 3 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, because I just paid off her daughter's car and bought her a Elantra a couple of years ago, and I just finally paid the loan off. The whole idea of the loan was that she would feel obligated to help, like make a payment because there was a car loan due every, that didn't work. Well, since you paid that one off and you don't have a car payment, I should stop. Why do I have to have a car payment? Can't make any money investing right now, so just write a check and buy a car. You're going to buy one.
And we paid MSRP, man.
Yeah.
But like I said, it made sense to us. Mine was getting to the point, if I didn't sell it pretty soon, I wouldn't be able to sell it with the bumper-to-bumper warranty and the concierge service and all that bullshit.
Concierge service.
Fuck, dude, it's really nice. So they'll come, the poor people at McDonald Hyundai, they'll fucking jump in a Genesis, drive it out to Franktown, pick mine up wherever I leave it, bring it, do all the service. It's all included in the price. And then leave me a Genesis to drive around if I need it. I never need it. Usually I try to be nice to them and just have them pick it up here. Mm-hmm. But last time I did it, it fucking wasn't done on time, so it became an issue. So now I'm just like, you can drive to Franktown, I guess.
You must feel guilty.
I do, but it's like they picked it up at 8 in the morning one time here, and I said I just got to have it back by 2 because I have an appointment, and we just got to get it done that way, and I won't make you drive out to Franktown. And sure enough, man, the fucking not even close to done.
That's quite a car, that Genesis.
Did you see it?
I haven't seen yours, but every time we get one in there, I test drive it.
This we got the Mac Daddy. They only made 600 of them in the U.S. It's a GV80. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're here to make your life a little bit better. Maybe you've been ripped off by a contractor. Maybe you got a bad landlord. How about a dentist? We had a dentist one time. A lady called in. Her kid, she lost her job. Her kid had braces on, and they were starting to hurt because you got to adjust them all the time. This dentist, this sucker, I agree. He wasn't getting paid his $100 a month, but the kid's in pain. And he absolutely refused to do anything. Yeah, I get it. He wasn't getting paid, but, you know, this kid's in pain. They had to be loosened up or whatever. And he was being such a jerk. Boy, we lit him up, and we got that handled. But 303-713-8255, any issues whatsoever, we want to hear from you. Suzanne, are we putting Marty on that Kia one? We had this poor lady call in. You know, I don't know what to make of a circumstance like this, and I'm talking to Kevin at Sheridan Auto Tech. Kevin Calkin, he's the owner over there, multiple locations, SheridanAutotech.com. I've used Kevin for years. In fact, you even worked on our old motorhome one time, that big Ford V10.
It's easier doing that than taking it up to Fort Collins.
Oh, my God, it would cost you, even though it was under warranty, it was cheaper to have you do the work than drive that beast all the way up to Fort Collins and then have to retrieve it.
Yep.
No, I remember that. That was really cool. But you guys do everything the dealerships do. Your nationwide warranty is what I love. If what is it, 25 miles or 50?
It's within a 25-mile radius if you're outside of that. You know.
Yep. So if you're outside of one of his shops, 25 miles, you can go to other shops, and there's a list of them. I mean, there's so many, it's unbelievable.
Number, and you call, and they'll direct you to the shop.
To the shop.
Yes.
So everything you do, though, 3-year, 36,000 miles.
Yep.
It's crazy, man. Real quick, though, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the real estate man. I say it all the time. This guy saved me so much money. When we bought our new house, he told us how to negotiate. Of course, he did the negotiation, but he kind of shared with us what he was going to do. I'll tell you a little bit of the magic he pulled off in our circumstance. The house had been empty for almost a year, which was crazy because the guy was asking too much for it. So Frank said, you know what? I did an O&E on this guy, on this property, and I did a background check, and Frank found out he had another mortgage, very high. Between the two mortgages, he was paying about $11,000 to $12,000 a month. One of the homes completely empty and for sale. So Frank said, hey, let's lowball him by $100,000. It might have even been more. Let's lowball him and promise that you'll close in 30 days, and you put whatever you can put down. He goes, how much do you want to put down? I said, well, I already had the house checked out. I had Plumline Services out. I already had it checked out. And we put $200,000 down into this account. And I said, we'll close in 30 days or you get to keep the $200,000. But here's the deal. You're taking 100 off and you got 24 hours to make the decision. Frank came up with this whole thing. And the guy, sure enough, man, he took it. We got a screaming deal on the house. We love the house. And I'll tell you what he tried to do, this guy. He tried to weasel out of it about 3 or 4 days later. But the way Frank wrote the contract, there was no way, man. He agreed to sell it. Period. End of story. He did try to weasel out of it because he got another offer, but too bad, so sad. The winner takes the chicken.
What?
I don't know. I thought it sounded okay. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I do love Frank. Okay, so this poor woman has a Kia, And I'm not going to go back to her because we got Smarty Marty, but I wanted to ask Kevin, what'd you do? You buy a brand new car, you have a problem with it a few months later, it's all under warranty, your car's not driving. They do give you a loaner, but they say, hey, it's a fuel pump, high-pressure fuel pump. And sure enough, what happens, though, you have to wait 4 or 6 weeks for the part to come in. The part comes in, and that's not what fixed it.
It's a nightmare when that happens, yeah.
I mean, what do you do at this point? I'd bring it to a different place.
If they're not confident in finding the problem, then I'd be strongly considering moving it, yes.
It sucks, man. I mean, she's going to be, right now, she's 3 months without her new car. 3 months. Now, they gave her a loaner, but the loaner's a 2020-something.
Yeah, it's not near the car she bought.
Not near the car. I think it sucks. Who was it? It was up in Fort Collins. I believe they were called...
but that's not who's working on it.
Is it called Fowler Kia? You know what sucks when you can't read your own writing? I swear to God, I have no idea what I wrote an hour ago. It's something Kia. Yep. We're going to find out, though, so Smarty Marty's going to call over there. Hey, Doc, real quick, you were making some calls. Have you found anything out?
I found out a lot. I'll tell you during the break, and then we'll revisit it.
What's it on? Which one is it?
On the Volkswagen.
Oh, Honest One?
Yeah.
Honest One. These guys took this Volkswagen in. They did a bunch of maintenance on it. They left the O2 sensor, mass airflow. Yep. The mass airflow sensor unplugged. That created a chain of events to where the car went into limp mode, and because it's a diesel, it created even more problems. She had to bring it to the dealer because they couldn't even look at it for, they told her 3 or 4 weeks or 2, whatever it was. Yeah. So she brings it to the dealer, and the dealer's like, oh, my God, we can tell these people unplugged the mass airflow sensor when they were doing the air filter, and here's why you're here now is because of what they did. Yep. They fixed it, $600 bill, and this other company doesn't want to pay for it, but we're going to see exactly
There's a lot more to the story.
Well, I can't wait to hear that, Doc, so we're gonna figure that out with you. Meantime, let's go to, man, I remember during COVID, Amy, during COVID, we would get these calls like you would not believe. What's going on with your event planner?
Hi there. I hired an event planner for my daughter's graduation, and the contract said that she would help me plan the entire event and be there for the whole event. And what we ended up getting was a kind of a badly done balloon arch, and then we got someone that would brought a couple of crappy games, and then they lit the sternos, and then they were supposed to come clean up, and I think she rinsed off a tray. So I
how much did you pay for all this?
$550.
And when you talked to her, I mean, I assume you've talked to her and said, hey, we were supposed to have someone here and you were supposed to clean up. What do they say?
So I wrote an email 2 weeks after signing the contract and said, I haven't heard anything since I signed the contract. So then she set up our little virtual meeting, which was kind of helpful because we had done it all by then. And then afterwards, I sent her, I did a review on Google, and she said, I'd like to make it right. So I sent her an email how she could make it right.
How is it? What were you asking for? No offense to you, but yeah. we're talking $500. I don't even know what to expect anymore, unfortunately, for $500 for a party event. But if the contract says, here's the one that stuck out with me, it says someone will be there the whole time, and you're saying there wasn't.
Right. She kind of sent somebody else. I asked her.
Oh, wait. So they sent somebody?
They sent somebody else, yeah.
Well, okay, but hold on. What's wrong with that? You're just not happy with the overall deal.
So what's wrong with that is the person that was there, someone said, what's going on here? They're like, I don't know. We're just here to set up balloons. And so when I said, I hired you guys to help me. And so she lit the sternos and she's like, okay, we're out of here. So I don't think the person that was there even knew what they were supposed to be doing.
Can you send us over a copy of that contract, Amy?
Yeah, I can.
I want to read it, but in the meantime, she said she wanted to make it right, and you said, how do you define making it right?
Yeah, I wanted to be reimbursed, like maybe pay $100. It was I had a couple guests look at the balloon thing and give me this look, and I said, it's such a bad deal. So
how long is it going to take you to get that contract emailed to me?
I can do it. Let's see, I can try to do it from work today.
Yeah, okay. Or just take a picture of it with your phone if you have it. Just make sure it's clear so I can zoom in on it.
Okay. So
can you do that right now?
Shoot, I don't know if I can do that right over the phone. I'm not at home where it is, so I have to access it on my phone.
All right. Anyhow, hang tight. I get it. I want to see what that contract says, but $550. If they sent someone there, even though it wasn't what you're expecting, and then they supplied the balloons and they did set up, and I understand they only washed a dish. I bet we can get Doc to call over there and negotiate something. I'm not so sure what you're asking is fair. I don't know if it's $100, but maybe half price or something like that. But I'm not gonna beat them up for the entire amount or $100. What's your gut, Kevin? What do you think?
I'm with you. I mean, two people have set up the balloons, the tear down.
Yeah.
I mean, 500 doesn't go far.
Yeah, she was disappointed. I am curious what the contract says, though.
The balloons, maybe they were ugly, but what
We also want to know the name of the company, and if they're really bad, let people know.
Yeah, definitely. She left a review. I don't want to light up a small event planner quite yet. During COVID, it was a nightmare. Weddings were canceled. No deposits were coming back. Facilities canceled. You name it, it was going on. Steve, Ken, you guys hold tight. One line open, 303-713-8255. We're going to have an update from Smarty Marty and Doc. The Smarty Marty one was from yesterday. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have Doc pull out Tom's dinger on this one. Hold tight.
So what's the rest of the story?
Well, here's the deal. She called them up on the 19th. They said, bring the car in. She said, I can't come in today. So, okay, bring it in tomorrow on the 20th. She couldn't do that. They said, great, we'll make an appointment for you on the 24th at 10 a.m. She didn't find that acceptable, so she brought it to the other Volkswagen place.
Yeah, but you're forgetting in between what happened, Doc.
Wait.
When the light first came on, she called up. She couldn't go back right then, but they actually... Frank Duran, the real estate man. I talked about him, 10 minutes ago. I'm going to talk about him again. There's 100,000 zillion million kabillion realtors out there. You want the best, you want Frank Duran. You want the best negotiator, you want Frank Duran. You want to save money, you want Frank Duran. You want the most money for your house, you want Frank Duran. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Colorado Pain, Care, Sport, and Spine. These guys got Tom through a really tough time. As I said, his back surgery went great yesterday, but leading up to it, he was in pain all the time. These guys managed it better than anybody else out there. They became friends with Tom, quite honestly, as much as he was there. If you have a doctor and you're in pain and you have insurance, virtually any kind of insurance and or Medicare, you need to call these guys up. If your own doctor hasn't got you 100%, these guys might be able to do it. 303-GOT-PAIN. That's 303-GOT-PAIN. And that's it, man. If you're in pain, there is no reason you wouldn't call that number. Now, you got an ugly house. Right now, the market's changing. You realize what there might have been one or two homes that fit any given person's I'm a little lost for words here, but here's the deal. If you have an ugly house, We Buy Ugly Houses will give you a cash offer. Here's why you would use these guys. If you had a tenant in there that kind of destroyed the place, you don't want to clean it up, they'll give you fast cash. Usually you'll close within 7 days. The other thing is, right now with interest rates higher, it is getting very hard to start selling your house. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's still a decent market, but it's getting really, really hard to find a buyer. These guys might actually offer you the same thing if you fixed it up and went through and paid the commissions on realtors and everything else. So if you got an ugly house or just a house, get an offer. There's no reason not to. 800-44-BUYER, 800-44-BUYER.
So they're saying she didn't want to cooperate with them to bring it in.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the time frame.
Wait. Okay. Tell me the time frame.
She leaves that day. Okay? They do the work. They leave it unplugged. She leaves. The check.
Well, or it came loose.
Well, what?
Okay. So they unplug.
Check engine light comes on.
Right.
She calls up. They tell her, for whatever reason, if she's telling the truth, well, that's normal. You just got to bring it back to reset. The car's acting fine at this time. Okay? She goes, okay, I'll bring it back when I can. They made it sound like they just got to hook it up and reset the light. So she keeps driving it. Then, I don't remember how many days later, the car goes into limp mode because of all the problems that being unplugged caused. That's when she calls back and says, I need to get this back because now my car's not driving. That's when they said, we can't get you in for 2 weeks.
Well, they told her to come in on the 19th and the 20th. Kimmy.
What is the 19th in relationship to the invoice date? The original oil change. Did you say the 19th? I don't know how long that was.
What are they willing to do? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, good. Actually, I'm glad they're willing to do nothing.
But you know what else? She stopped payment on the work they did.
Oh, how much?
$172.
Credit card or check or what?
Credit card.
Okay.
Well, that'll probably bounce back to her. They probably just got a provisional credit.
Well, they did the work.
Yeah, they did the work.
It was on the 19th, so how did they...
Because she called on the 19th.
Right. And they have recorded conversations of her.
Yeah, so the original work was the 19th.
I want feedback on this from listeners.
Right. So they told her to come in on the 20th.
But I also want to see what she says one more time.
On the 24th, which is only a weekend later. And that she, between the 20th and the 24th, she worked to O'Mara, which was on the 17th, is that? I can't.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This
is a month later.
Right.
Invoice dated a month after this one.
Right. So she waited. So
she kept driving with lights on and everything else when they're trying to set appointments for her. She is on her own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she voided the warranty by bringing to a place that was less than 25 miles away.
Well, that whatever. I mean, she can take wherever she wants, but she can't, ignore them and then go somewhere else. She wasn't happy with them from the jump.
Right, but this is like, say, a month later, and they gave her ample opportunity to come in.
Okay. She should have brought it in.
And they have recorded conversations offering her to come in on the 20th and the 24th.
Okay.
How many days was that from when it went into limp mode?
And the 24th.
When did it go into limp mode?
I don't know.
We got her back up. We just got to get these dates right. Leinster. Next weekend, not this weekend, Genesis Solar is having a really cool event. You got any questions about solar? You want to know how much money you can save? You want to know if you can offset the bill 100%? A lot of times you're offsetting that bill with solar 110 to 120%, meaning you pay nothing for the solar, no matter how you look at it. The guys at Genesis are going to answer all your questions. Suzanne and I are going to head out. We want to learn a little more about it, but everything from what is a panel, for example, all the way to how the entire system works. What I love about Genesis Solar, and I've known the owner Mark for, long time. They've done tons of work in my house. But they also own Genesis Exteriors. They've done our siding, they've done our paint, they've done all kinds of stuff. But my point is, with solar, you get to learn about it. It's not a hard pressure sale. It's real information. It's only going to take about a half hour. You get some barbecue while you're there. You can take the kids. It's a really cool deal. But go to GenesisSolarCO.com to sign up. You got RSVP. You just do it right at the bottom of that website. GenesisSolarCO.com. Just sign up. I'll see you next week there. I look forward to meeting you, actually. 303-713-8255. So we got Kimmy back on. Here's the deal. Kimmy, I've got a few follow-up questions for you. Deputy Doc called over for people just joining us. Kimmy's got a Volkswagen. It's a diesel. I think it was a Volkswagen.
Yeah, Tiguan.
Was it? A Tiguan. Yep. So she brings it in for basically air filter, cabin air filter, and oil change, just pretty routine service. When they were doing the either the cabin air filter or most likely the air filter, they unplugged the mass airflow sensor, which is right there, right, Kevin?
It's normal.
You have to unplug it.
Yes.
And the problem is they forgot to plug it back in. And this is all according to Kimmy right now, and then we're going to get the doc with what they had to say. But so she's driving home, the check engine light comes on, which is normal when it's not plugged in. So she calls over there, and Kimmy said they made it sound like it was no big deal. It was because of the service. All they have to do is reset the light. In fact, that's exactly what they told you, right, Kimmy, that they had to just reset the light, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they said they got to reset the light. They didn't say it was urgent. So she's like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do it when I can drive by, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the next day, when did the car start going into limp mode?
I'd say it was about a week.
So about a week later, remember the check engine light's been on. She hasn't been back to get it reset. And let's not forget, they left this thing unplugged, the mass airflow.
Been running oddly over a week's period of time without.
Was it running a little strange, Kimmy?
No, it was running just fine.
Just normal as it can get. Okay, so anyhow, yeah, we don't know much she's driving it, though.
Yeah, but the airflow sensor is one of the main sensors that's metering air and fuel. You go to accelerate without an airflow sensor plugged in, you'll notice it.
She's saying it was fine.
Well, that's weird.
Okay, but anyhow, so then when it goes into limp mode a week later, you call up there, you're like, what the heck? You know, all of a sudden my car's not moving. It's barely moving. It's, a little turbo and it's got no pick-me-up. So what did they tell you at that point? Is that when they said the earliest they could get you in was 2 weeks?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Doc, you called over there. Who'd you talk to over there? And what's the name of the shop? It was called...
Honest One.
Honest One. Where are they, Doc? I mean, they Denver?
I didn't ask.
Hey, where are they, Kimmy, real quick? Denver, Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, where?
Federal Heights, Westminster.
Got it. So what did Honest One have to say?
So I spoke to Adam. He said she called. She had it done on the 19th.
We know that, yep.
Okay. They gave her an appointment to come in on the 20th. She couldn't make it. They said, okay, come back on the 24th, and that was the last they heard from her.
Well, I mean, they've heard from her since.
Well, she didn't. She waited an entire month to go to another Volkswagen place. So she had it done on the 19th. She didn't go to the other.
So they're saying we told her to come back in the very next day.
And
is that, Kimmy, is that correct? I realized you couldn't because you had work or whatever, but is that correct?
So so there was no sense of urgency. They basically made it seem like it wasn't that big of a deal and to just come in. They mentioned, you could come in tomorrow, and I said, well, I work, I'll do what I can. And there's no sense of urgency. Otherwise, I would have been in there.
That's I believe you. But then they offered you couldn't get in there on the 20th. When did they offer you the 24th? Same day?
No, it was like a week later when the issues really started arising. Because, like I said, the car's driving totally normal.
Why didn't they just... Here's one thing
It couldn't be a week later because that would have been the 27th, and they offered her an appointment on the 24th, which is only 4 days later.
Kimmy?
Yes, I honestly, I don't know the exact timeline. I mean, the car was driving totally fine for a week, 2 weeks, something like that, until
there was a problem.
Things came up on the dash. Yeah, the thing about the particulate filter.
So you waited. There's a couple issues here. You waited a week, 2 weeks with that check engine light on. I understand what you're saying. It's because they were acting like all they had to do was reset it. That's kind of where the issue's coming down to. Well, there's two issues here. One, and I'd like to hear feedback from listeners, but listen to me here. A couple different issues. One, they definitely left it unplugged. I do not doubt that at all. Doc, when they tried to tell you maybe it came loose, didn't they say that to you?
They said that could have been one of the things, but...
That's a line of crap. Kevin, is that a line of crap?
No, it's a weather pack connector. It snaps.
There's no way they could have accidentally came loose.
They didn't plug it in all the...
Yeah, of course, but then once again, that's their fault.
Yes. Right, they're not denying that.
Okay, so they definitely created the problem. They did not tell her. They probably, honestly, did not know that they left it undone.
Agreed.
I would guess what they thought was when they unplugged it and plugged it back in, it kicked a check engine light, and all they really had to do was reset it. What do you think, Kevin?
Well, they were probably assuming it was a maintenance light.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, and that's what they were in there. I'm sure who she spoke to thought it was just not reset properly.
So, Kimmy, what their stance is because you didn't get it back in the next day when they offered it to you. How come you didn't just turn around and go there, by the way?
Well, because I have a 4-year-old that was with me, and we were already at the shop.
And I'm sorry, and you sat there for 3 hours. I forgot about that part. You sat there for 3 hours getting this done, then you leave with your little kid. Oh, my God. 3 hours in a shop showroom with a 4-year-old, I just tear everybody's hearts out around me. So I get it. So you just wanted to get home. I don't know. I mean, let's do this. I want to take some calls on it. Yeah, we got lines full, though. I really do want to know what people think. What's your gut on it, Kevin?
Well, there's got to be some middle ground. I don't know if anybody's 100% on either end. I mean, the time frame getting it back in is kind of an issue, and these guys not making it a priority.
They caused the problem.
No, there's no doubt, and there's no question there. And they should have said, you know what? Let's not take a chance. Turn around, come back right now.
They gave her that appointment. They gave her one for the next day.
Doc, but they did make.
24th.
I get what the shop's saying, but Doc, they created it. She couldn't go back on the 20th. She just sat there for 3 hours. She's got to go to the work the next day. It's not like they told her, hey, you got to get that back here or that could really screw up your car. They made it sound like it was a nothing burger.
But she did wait a month to go to the other shop.
But she waited because they told her it was a nothing burger. She waited until the car went into limp mode and wouldn't move anymore. Hey, I'm not saying I don't see the shop side of it, but I think they owe her something.
Did she call them when it went into limp mode?
Yeah, that's when she called. So when you did call and everything was really bad, how long is that when they said it would be 2 weeks to get you in?
That's correct.
And that's the problem. Hold on, I got to take this break. I mean, really, I'm going to ask Suzanne what she thinks, and A-Rod, too, if you guys have been listening to this, because I'm a little torn here, but I think they owe her something. Maybe not the entire amount. Maybe split the baby. Maybe cut that baby right in half. Hold on.
How much time we have?
Let's cut that baby in half.
Hey, Susan, can you hear me?
Going offline.
Suzanne?
Everyone going offline if you want to talk to us.
I am offline.
I'm here.
Hey, Suzanne?
Yo.
Could you find out when she called
I guess you're
to
right.
and they told her that she couldn't get it for 2 weeks? Give me that date because they have recordings.
Well, she just, because she made it clear
But
she
maybe
wasn't
just
sure.
a diesel turbo. I don't know.
All right,
What does the O'Mara invoice say? How long did she wait? A month?
She's bullshitting.
I'm not saying she is.
She brought the car in.
Hold on, guys. Hold.
And she didn't.
American.
I'll say 30 seconds.
Oh.
She didn't bring it to O'Mara until the 17th of May.
Okay, that's a whole month. She
Right.
has some responsibility there.
Right. So I need to find out when she called that they told her they couldn't see it for 2 weeks. So.
Okay.
Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
American Restoration. I hope you never need these guys, but if you do, you're going to be glad you called them and not some of the rip-off companies out there. You ever have to deal with a fire, flood, mold, crime? How about unattended death? How about if you have a rental out there and someone was baking up some meth? These guys can handle it all. They're helping us with a big one right now. Lady has asbestos. They're going to go in there and do all the abatement. They're going to make it like brand new. They do everything with the state. They do everything on the up and up. They'll deal directly with your insurance company. Rock is the owner, and he's a great guy. I've known him for years. In fact, we have him in studio, and anytime we have any restoration issues, we get Rock on the phone because we know he knows about everything out there. 8337-AMREST. 8337-AMREST. Get that in your phone right now because when it happens, you're going to have that number. 8337-AMREST. Now, George Donaldson, the owner of Fix It 24/7, they have great financing out there. If that AC is not working anymore, you can call them up. They'll come out. They'll give you they'll give you all the options. They'll give you the option to fix it, and they'll give you an honest upfront price, and they'll give you a price if you want to replace it if it's an older unit. They also have the Green Bubble Club, which I think is cool, for only $139. If you sign up right now, check it out. So for $139, you get 4 visits a year, 1 for your furnace, 1 for your AC, and these are before the season, so you could do the AC right now included in that, and 1 from their plumber, which includes flushing the water heater, and 1 from an electrician to make sure the smoke detectors in your panel is everything's up to snuff. Give them a call right now, 720-526-3939, fixmyhome.com. Okay. To all the girls I've loved before, even that 2-bit whore. Who sung that? Isn't that Kenny G? No.
I don't think
Who the hell's a gambler?
Kenny?
Have you ever seen, I think it was Mad TV that would make fun of him, Kenny Rogers, when he was drinking. I guess he was quite the lush.
Surgery, and it just, he didn't even look like himself.
Oh, I didn't get to tell you, man. We went to, so on our trip, we went to Nashville. Neither of us have ever been there, dude. We went to Kid Rock's place. It is a fucking hoot, dude. 3 different floors, Kevin. Each floor has a different band playing, and somehow they soundproof everything. It's like 3 different parties in the same building.
Where is this? In
Nashville?
In Nashville. But there's like 6 of these joints, maybe 10. I don't even know. We spent about 5 hours in his. So they had rock and roll on the bottom, and then the middle floor was kind of like not like old country, but country. Mm-hmm. And then the top was like that rockabilly Kid Rock kind of shit. It was fucking badass, man. Badass. We had so much fun at that place. And, there's no cover charge or anything. And the bands are kick-ass. I mean, it's like seeing a real mini concert.
Yeah.
It's a big stage, the main stage.
A lot of those music destinations that way.
I didn't know that, man.
Because my son is a saxophone player.
No shit.
So he went down. His wife has family in and around New Orleans, so they met in New Orleans, and it's kind of changed his perspective on things. He said, "I'm sitting there at this dump, and I saw the best keyboard player I've ever seen in my life.
That is wild.
Just ripping this thing up. He takes a break. The waiter puts his tray down,
and he
was better than the best keyboard player I'd ever seen in my life.
Oh, my God.
And then he said to top it all off, the guy put the mop bucket away and took over for them, and he blew both of those guys away. So he's like...
I think that's where these guys really get kicked off is in places like that. Yeah. They just got to have the right dude see them.
Talent out there that guys are not making a living with their talent is what he figured, because he wanted to be a musician. He changed streams.
But it's a tough market to break into.
It's almost impossible.
You don't realize that when you're in it.
Yeah.
Because you think you're the best. And you realize you're just a big fish, little pond out here.
And usually it's because there was some kind of a breakout. A lot of it doesn't have to do necessarily with talent. It's the right agency. They're just being the right place at the right time, man.
You hear a lot of the guys, like Kenny G and guys like that. He's a hack, because there's so much better talent, but they're all backups to Kenny G and others.
Yeah.
But it's more than just play. It's polish and, presentation and everything.
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Rich and Lisa Harris, they're attorneys, they're family law, man. These guys are great. They can give you all the guidance, the wisdom, the strength, peace of mind. They do this early neutral assessment so you can actually figure out what a divorce would look like. So let's say, you don't really want to pull the trigger, but you want to kind of understand what could happen. They can kind of paint that picture for you so you understand, what will happen to the assets, what would happen to the kids. They can just give you an overall peace of mind on what to expect. They've got 25 years in business, more than 25 attorneys. That's more than 250 years of collective experience. If you're looking for that right attorney, I think you'll find them right here. 303-515-5000, harrisfamilylaw.com. Now, Suzanne, you told me to finish up where? Amy, Kimmy, where am I going? You just said it.
Mark, can you, real quick,
yes.
You and I have 60 collective years of marital experience?
Hey, that's true. We do have 60 collective years of marital experience.
Yeah, can you finish
Look
up
at
with
us.
Kimmy, please?
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you.
So here's what I'm thinking, Kimmy. Doc, I would like you to reach back out one more time. It seems like you have some kind of rapport over there. And see if they're willing to split it $300. But Kimmy, I got to say something else. Doc told me you canceled the check for what, $170 or something, right?
Yeah, I disputed the charge on my card for the original service that caused the issue.
I think that's going to get kicked back to you. I think they're probably going to. I think your credit card gave you a provisional credit, then they're going to take it back. I don't think it's going to stick, but it might stick.
I've just been pulling straws at this point.
No, I get it. You're frustrated. I'd be frustrated too. I am frustrated for you, but they've got a little going on their side. So, Doc, reach out, see if they'll maybe refund or pay half that bill. Kimmy, if we can get that pulled off, is that acceptable?
Oh, that'd be great. I mean, I just think that there needs to be some sort of, just the fact that they're standing behind that their technician did something wrong.
Yeah, I know. They don't even want to go there. And that did kind of irritate me, Doc, when they told you, oh, maybe it came loose. Kevin says there's no way, Jose. That thing did not come loose. They had to have unplugged it. If they didn't plug it back in properly, it might have come loose. But that's all they're doing. Doc, go work some magic for us, baby. All right. Kimmy,
well, like you said, if they had told me that I need to come in urgently,
Kimmy, listen, I get your
was
frustration, but you got to understand this isn't that cut and dry. But what is cut and dry is they caused the issue. You probably should have gotten that car back quicker. I understand your point, why you didn't. They didn't make it sound like a big deal. But you should have got it back quicker no matter what. But they did cause this issue. I mean, that's it. And, Doc, don't forget, when the car finally started acting up big time, they couldn't get him in for 2 weeks. So that's it. Kimmy, hold tight. We're going to be back in touch with you when we have an update. Hopefully, Doc can figure it out today. Hey, Doc, close that door, please. 303-713-8255. It's like who's the guy in the cartoon with the glasses and stuff? Magoo. It's like Magoo here. I swear to God, I can't believe it. 3037. I love Doc. I love Doc, but he's almost like, Doc, you're kind of like I don't know. You know how a kid thinks the entire world revolves directly around them? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're kind of like that. When you got like that call there, it's on speaker. And you do so much great work for this show. I hate to even bust your balls on it.
I ran out of the room.
No, you had the door open. Everything was, there was 3 conversations. But anyhow, call over there for us, Doc. Let's try to get them $300. 303-713-8255. Suzanne, who should I go for?
You should go to Smarty Marty and Steve.
Oh, yeah, Smarty
too.
Marty. He is on, and Steve. So, Steve, you called in yesterday with an issue. You put, if I recall, you put $1,000 down payment on a vehicle. Is that correct? A new one?
Yeah, it is.
And who did you put it down with?
Crossroads Hyundai.
Crossroads Hyundai. Okay. And then you ended up buying, you thought you were going to get your vehicle within a couple weeks or something, but they said they're not going to have it for a while. You found another vehicle at a different dealership and ended up buying it, right?
Correct.
And they did not want to give you that $1,000 deposit back, correct?
Well, Smarty Marty rock.
Yeah, so Marty, one of our deputies, you called over there, Marty, and what did you figure out, man?
Well, we did a conference call.
Sweet. You get a lot of, you and Doc both do that. You guys get a long ways with these businesses, but what happened?
Well, we spoke to the service sales manager, who happens to know you. He says that he knows Mark Major from McDonald's Hyundai.
Oh, he must have used to have working over at McDonald or a Rappo.
Yeah,
a lot of these sales managers, man, it's incredible. They bounce around between like 3-4 dealerships. You see them everywhere.
Yeah, there's like 10 of them in the country.
And they're all the same guys. They're all good at what they do, but my God. Well, that's cool. So did they give him the $1,000 back or what?
Yes, but he said all he had to do was call himself, which he didn't do. He says, we never keep deposits of vehicles that are on order.
Hey, wait, Steve, did you not even call over there to get it back?
No,
you just called us?
Right. Well, I called you to find out about maybe any rights I might have before I called.
I got you. That's a little strange, Steve. You probably should have called over there first, but man, I'm glad you got your $1,000 back.
Well, and like I told Ken, if you guys got it back, half of it can go to your fund to help people. So I'm going to give Ken a check for $500.
Oh my God, that's wonderful, Steve. I really appreciate that. And you guys realize there's no overhead on any donations you make to us. It goes directly, and I mean directly, including even credit card fees if you donate by credit card. It goes directly to whoever we're giving the money to. Hey, Marty, I'm going to have, hey, Uncle Kevin, would you pull out Tom's dinger and ring the bell for me?
I'm not up to that. I think Doc's good at that.
Doc, You mind?
No, I have my rubber gloves on, so I'm good with it.
Okay. Ding, 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 ding. There's the dinger, baby. So, hey, good job, Marty. I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah,
Steve,
well,
you should have called over there first, but donating $500 to us is awesome, man. We really appreciate that.
And I have an update for.
What's your update on?
Well, another car deal today that you gave me.
Oh, today? Wait. Which one was it? Just tell me real quick.
It's Angie.
Oh, the one that's been sitting there for 3 months?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to take this break. I'll pick you up right after this, Marty.
Okay.
That poor woman has had her car, a brand new car, over at the dealership that they wrongly diagnosed the warranty issue for 3 months. Hang tight.
Hang on.
About things. Let's put it that way. He'd be an easy person to take advantage of. He's got a lot of money, a lot of family money, and he's just kind of blasé about things.
He's a good guy, man.
He's a great guy. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Well, the exception of me, right, Doc?
I said one of the nicest.
Okay.
It's like when I delivered babies, I never said this is the cutest. I always say this is one of the cutest.
It's breathtaking.
Because that way they know you're not.
Retirement Planning Center. These guys are unbelievable. Not only will they help you with your investments, you know, what to invest in, what not to invest in might be a little more important right now. But they actually look at everything. And what I mean by that is as you get closer to retirement, you got to remember, you got to think about your income, of course. You got to think about your investments. But you also need to think about the tax ramifications. You got to think about health care. And then, of course, the legacy aspect of everything. What's going to happen after you pass away? So these guys take you from your work life into retirement with a comprehensive plan. They sit down, they talk to you for free. It's well worth the phone call, I promise. And I love the fact it's family owned, and it's a family owned team approach. There's a father, a son, and the son-in-law, and they're all kind of different generations, so you actually get a little bit from everybody to come up with the perfect plan for you. 40 years helping people. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211. If you're getting close or recently retired, give them a call, 970-663-3211. Blah, la, la, la.
You forgot the Holy Ghost.
Who's the Holy Ghost?
Well, you said the Father, the Son, and I was waiting for you to say the Holy Ghost.
Oh, the Father, the Son, and the Holy. That would have been funny. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I mean the son-in-law.
Well, the guy on line 3 is screwed because verbal agreements in real estate don't mean anything. It has to be in writing. We've learned that from O'Brien.
In Colorado, yep.
Yep.
Although it doesn't make whoever not a scumbag.
I'm going to just have Steve Murray got that check to me on Tuesday. You won't know the difference.
Friday, baby. Pork chop at Perry's. $18, man. Best fucking deal out there.
3-day weekend, too.
3-day weekend. You'll never have a better fucking pork chop than at Perry's. At a better price. Never. Won't happen. And they smoke it, baby, and they smoke it for like 14 hours.
Really?
Who?
Mine are better.
Well, okay. Do you smoke your pork chops?
I do.
Yeah, just like you're saying. He takes the whole loin.
You make the whole loin with the bone in?
Loin bone in, bone in, then I'll brine it for 4 to 6 hours.
Mm.
And then, let it air. You got to just let it air dry a little bit.
I think next Friday we need some proof of that, don't you, Mark?
What's that?
We need to, he's bragging about it. Let's have him bring it in next Friday and do a taste test.
Actually, I would love that. Yeah, why don't you do that next time you're in?
Yeah, we'd love to taste them.
If you're gonna
doing the spare ribs instead of baby back.
I have two purely price.
But there's
they're pretty.
A little more juice.
They're good.
Yeah.
If you want to, when are you back in? Not next week, the week after. When you're back in, let's do this. I'll do a rack of spares. You do a rack of spares, and we'll bring them in, and I'll prove that mine are better.
I'll be the impartial judge.
We'll have lots of judges. Fuck yeah, they're going to be good. Do you do a 3-2-1 or you do a different? Yeah.
Similar to that, yeah.
Oh, I fucking love ribs. I've been almost no carb in it, so it's like, broccoli's starting to look like a fucking Snickers bar and shit. But, man, I can always eat ribs and I can always eat bacon. Bacon never gets old to me.
There's a guy I follow online.
2 o'clock.
He's got a...
You eat bacon?
No, I make a cheese omelet with bacon.
Love fucking eggs, too.
Yeah, eggs are good.
I make a French-style omelet.
Monday, Tuesday, is it last week? Yeah, last week. So my colonoscopy was, I think, Thursday. So Monday, nothing but eggs. Tuesday, nothing but eggs. And the only reason I was trying to lose weight from the damn the trip anyhow. But that's one of the things. I love eggs. Oh, my God, I love burnt ends.
Pork belly.
You know who actually has all-you-can-eat burnt ends still? It's only on... It's either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Well, you can eat what?
Burnt ends. They're like the picture ribs. They're like the little tiny little rib tips.
Right.
They're good though, man.
This is pork belly.
Oh no shit! Yeah. Have you made that?
This is what I'm gonna do.
I bought a bunch of.
Good. This Meat Church.
Is that at meatchurch.com?
I
just Google Meat Church.
He's got recipes for everything.
That's cool.
And he's just down to earth. He's not one of these, he's like.
Do you like Famous Dave's?
Yeah, not bad.
They got those burnt ends for all you can eat, like $10. Only once a week, though.
Yeah.
What?
Where is it?
They're all over. The one we go to is Arapahoe and Parker Road.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that big, is it in a big shopping center?
Yeah, there's like a Target.
Yeah.
It's right there.
There's a lot of good barbecue around anymore.
Oh. All right, 303-713-8255. Been ripped off, taken advantage of. We want to help. That's the bottom line. Over $300 million cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds directly due to the show. 40 years running with the same host, Mr. Martino. In fact, he should be back hopefully next week. I don't know how long it takes to recoup from there, but he'll be doing the show remotely. I know that for sure, but we'll see how that goes. 303-713-8255. By the way, real CBD that works. You want the best CBD at the best price, realcbdthatworks.com. These guys handle the product from the seed, growing it, all the way to the sale of it. They do their own packaging. They have their own labs. You get the real stuff. They have all kinds of different CBD. Check it out at realcbdthatworks.com and put in promo code TOM. Get 30% off. Unbelievable. Promo code TOM, 30% off. Now, this event planner issue.
Mark, I left her a message. After looking at that,
yeah,
I just left the lady a message, just so you know.
Oh, you mean the actual event planner?
Yeah, I left her a message telling her what I was calling about and to give us a call back. Did you see the email?
No, I didn't. What was
the email? It's in your email.
Oh, you mean from Amy?
Yeah, Amy.
Oh, the contract.
Yeah, and then if you go down to where it's highlighted yellow.
Yeah, let me explain to people what we're talking about. So you say it's not Amy, it's Ami. What's her name?
I think it's pronounced Amy. It's Amy, but it's French.
Okay, well, Amy.
So, Amy.
Amy. So what the issue was, she hired an event planner in the contract, which I'm going to look over. I'm not an attorney, but I can at least look over it and give her practical advice. She's basically, it was supposed to include a person there helping her for the entire graduation party. It was supposed to include the setup. It was supposed to include the balloons, and it was supposed to include the cleanup. According to Amy, she didn't get, not nearly what she was promised. So we're trying to figure out what's fair. Amy thought $100 was fair. She paid $600 for this event planner. She thinks the whole thing was only worth $100. I don't think I'm with her on that. I think it's probably worth a little more than that. But I do believe the event planner probably owes her something. But I'm going to skim over that. Now, Jason, what is going on with you?
So, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
So about 5 years ago, my father-in-law passed away, and me and my wife, my mother-in-law didn't want to live in the big house that my wife grew up in.
Got it.
Tri-level, 4-bedroom. She wanted
the downsize. Okay.
Yes. And so she said, you guys move in here, pay the mortgage. Your father wanted you to have the house anyway. Yeah. So we agreed.
So you've been in that house for 5 years?
Yeah, just about 5 years.
Okay, and you've been paying the mortgage, but you never got a mortgage under your name, I assume, and the house was never deeded over to you or quitclaimed or anything else, right?
Correct.
Okay, so now 5 years later, are you still in the house?
No, we actually just moved out this past weekend.
Okay.
She decided with the market the way it is that, so quick backstory, took it over, said, okay, yes, move in, we've been paying it.
Yeah, I heard you, and you also said that the father's wishes, at least as far as you knew, and what the mother-in-law told you, was for you guys to have the house.
And as he told my wife on his deathbed, but yeah, so we've been paying everything. Little bit of a falling out between my wife and her mother. She had at one point took a loan out because she wanted to buy a new place. She took a loan out, a mortgage against the property, and said, I'm going to pay this part.
Who took it out? The mother-in-law?
The mother-in-law.
Okay, so
she
she took
buy a new place.
Okay, well, hey, was this house completely paid off, by the way?
No, it was pretty. I mean, the payment was $1,500. It was $1,300, and then it went up to $1,500.
Okay. So but
I mean, it was
keep
pretty
going.
down, half the value.
Keep going.
So we've been, again, been paying for the past 5 years. Mother-in-law and wife have a little bit of a falling out.
Yep.
And so, they're estranged.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
now because the market the way it is, she wants to sell the house.
Okay.
So, basically you guys have 1 month to get out of the house. And that's that. So we moved out. We got a new place.
And you think it's really unfair you're not going to get any of the equity in the house?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because we've been paying the primary mortgage for the past 5 years.
Yeah, that's curious. You've been paying the mortgage, but what else have you been doing for the past 5 years?
Oh, I mean, we completely renovated the place. I took about a week off of work.
Okay, well, hold on. So you upgraded it. I'm glad to hear that. But where I was going is not only have you been paying the mortgage, but you've been living there. So almost like you've been paying rent. I don't want you to think the fact that you were paying the mortgage means all that much, because you were actually living there with that benefit. But hold tight. The fact that you fixed it up, there could be something there. 303-713-8255. And, Keith, I want to talk to him too, man. He's losing money left and right in the market. We really should get an economist on to talk to. Anyhow, we got a lot of stuff coming up. 303 Martino. My name's Mark Major. We'll be right back.
East
Like, yeah, but okay, whatever. So we're leaving the vet, and she turns around because she forgot to ask a question, and both dogs pop.
We're kind of, yeah, so Nico is perfect, literally perfect.
Yeah.
But our other, the little Aussie, man, she's a fucking terror.
We've had calls on them about a broken elevator. So her landlord, she's on the 3rd or 4th floor, her landlord's selling. Because of this broken elevator, all her moving quotes are like 3 times as much as they should be.
Are they gonna
And
fix
she's
the
crying.
elevator?
No, it's been broke for like 6 months. We've gotten calls on there. How many times, Doc?
Not from Windsor Gardens,
Oh,
from other places. I know
We've
a
had
woman-
calls on Windsor Gardens for sure.
I
but
thought it was
I don't know
over
if
a
it was
broken
an
elevator.
No.
That sounded very familiar
No.
to me. But anyway, because of this broken elevator, she doesn't have a lot to move.
$72, right?
So 300 minus 1, he's got to come out of pocket $128.
Yeah, $150.
Yeah.
What are you throwing a tip in there?
Yeah.
Of course, he's a little bit pissed that she stopped the payment.
Yeah, but she's pissed too. He can't
I
be. He
I
can't be a
understand that.
jerk.
But he did the work.
Yeah, but he
And he was
fucked her
willing to-
car up.
Yeah, but he
Well,
caused the problem.
I know.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. She probably didn't want to go back. And then she, you know.
Look, they're not scumbags by any means.
No.
We didn't light them up. I'm not giving phone numbers out. I mean, but they should negotiate. They fucked up.
Well, and they did give him multiple opportunities to come in.
Yep. But, man, I can't imagine sitting around for 3 hours anywhere with a 4-year-old.
But that's her fault. That's her problem.
I get that, but it's still...
You don't go to an auto repair place with a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
You know, you just...
What, you don't have a bouncy castle?
Yeah, we do. And then I got all the fingerprints all over my windows to show it, you know. Kids go right for the windows.
They do go right for the windows.
But no, it's just people need to be, I mean, we run into that way too much, you know. Yeah, I know you told me to be, you know, Thursday, but, you know, I thought I heard my phone ring. It's only Tuesday. I know what I'm, it's like, why you got to call? Why you got to just give these guys the time they need to fix your car? You
It's
know?
just, you know, I was telling Mark, I went to a doctor last week, and they put me in a room, didn't come back for 35 minutes.
Yeah.
After 35 minutes, I go out into the waiting area, and I just blew up. I said, what the fuck kind of place are you running? You put me in a room for 35
You know, I don't mind doing Twisted View at all. Leland's fun. I just wish he would do it on a weekday at 2 to 3, not on a Friday from 3 to 4. That is my only complaint.
So I told him,
Get you?
what?
But the timing today will work perfect because as soon as we leave, I can go get Perry's pork chop, baby.
Just cancel appointments because people go into. I said, but every 100% of the
All right, we're
time,
going up, guys.
we have somebody come in, say the doctor's delayed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't need somebody in a room for half an hour.
Do you know what his
and not say a word to them.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Blah, 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 blah. I sound like one of those commercials, like, you know, at the end of it when it's a financial. So you hear the whole commercial, then at the end, it's nothing but blah, 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 blah.
Disclaimers. Yep.
The disclaimers. I find it crazy. I think it's the FCC that literally makes them put them in there, but you can't hear them. Or like you said before, Doc.
Tiny print on TV ads that you can't read.
Oh, my God. At the bottom, literally, even if you walk up to it, it's so pixelated, you can't see it. It's ridiculous stuff. And the other one I've said before, for the life of me, I can't imagine why every single medication out there, they have to say, do not use if you're allergic to it. I mean, duh. I mean, why do they even say that? All right, 303-713.
Have you ever seen these car commercials where they do all sorts of stunts, and then on the bottom it says, do not attempt?
Do not attempt at home. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Like anybody's going to jump from the stratosphere, you know, like the Red Bull guy. Trust me, I won't be trying that at home. All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. This is what the show's about. By the way, Doc is still reaching out to Honest One. We're going to try to get, I think her name was Kimmy, $300 back. I think that's very fair in that circumstance. Hey, we had a call yesterday. We got a guy back $1,000 from a dealership. Although, strangely enough, he didn't call the dealership first, but regardless, he got his money back, which is cool. But you got a contractor that's been bugging you, maybe not showing up on time, took your money and ran. These are the kinds of things we deal with all the time. Now, Jason's got an issue, and we've heard this call before. So Jason's father-in-law passed away 5 years ago, roughly, and the mother didn't want to live in that house. It was a big house. She wanted to downsize. So Jason and his wife, the daughter, of course, of the parents, moved into the house, and they'd been paying the mortgage for the last 5 years. And now, because of the economy, I guess, or for whatever reason, the mother wants to sell the house. Now, the loan's in the mother's name. The home's in the mother's name. She wants to sell it now, but on his deathbed, apparently he told his daughter, I want you to have the house. But you got to understand, when you have a spouse, I mean, it always goes to the spouse first. I've never heard of it not. So if I die, Suzanne gets the house. It doesn't go to one of our kids. It just doesn't work that way. But they're upset because they thought they were going to get it. They wanted to share in the equity. And really, it's too bad, so sad, with the exception of one thing Jason said. He actually poured money into this house. Now, I want you to value your time as a normal contractor. Don't inflate it, and how much materials. But how much money did you put into the house, Jason?
Well, I have receipts for a whole new kitchen.
I mean,
probably go back to my back.
Give me an idea, though. I mean, just 30,000.
I mean, 8 to 10,000.
Does that include your labor or just the receipts?
No, that's just receipts.
And I can tell you right now, a kitchen remodel, even on the cheap, builder grade stuff, right now is every bit of 20 grand. Every bit. If you got, you know, high-end cabinetry or anything like that, I mean, you could easily, people are going to be shocked by this. It could be 100 grand.
Stainless steel appliances, all new stainless steel appliances.
And you paid for all this stuff.
My son, yes.
Now, Jason, have you had just a real conversation with her, like, hey, here's all the money I put into it. I did all this labor. We paid for these appliances. I think it's fair if we get 50,000 or whatever it happens to be. Whatever's fair. Have you had this conversation?
No, but I don't think it's going to happen. Like I said, they're estranged.
Well, maybe so. How about you and her? I got to ask now. Now I'm just curious. Why are they estranged? What happened?
There was a situation with my stepson, my wife's son. The mother-in-law is blaming us for, you know, the upbringing and all this other. Long story. Don't want to get into it on the radio.
Well, okay, fair enough. But it's over a grandkid.
Correct.
Okay. Has that been rectified, or it's still a big hot topic, or is the kid like of age now?
No, I mean, so he was a juvenile who caught a pretty serious criminal charge and has to do a lot of time now, basically.
Oh, so he's in jail or prison?
Correct.
Okay, well, okay, and the grandmother's basically blaming you guys, or at least the mother.
Correct.
How about your relationship with this woman?
More than estranged.
You know, Mark, I think he's entitled. He's entitled to 5 years of mortgage payments, and
I don't think he lived there, Doc. I mean, what there's no cost of living there?
No.
If he was renting, if he was renting that house, I guarantee he'd be paying even more than what that mortgage payment was.
I think what he's entitled to is 5 years of the mortgage payment.
Why? Wait a minute, Doc. Why in a million years would he? So you think he should have just lived there for free? I'm asking you. Be honest.
Just off the top of my head, I mean, that's what I think would be fair.
I don't think that'd be fair because that means he got to live there for free. I think he should get the money. So, Jason, first of all, you got to have the conversation with her. What's going to be worse if you have an attorney call over there? That let's say we get an attorney involved, or you hire an attorney, and they call over there and start dealing with the mother. You're going to start eating money up right there compared to you calling. But is it so estranged that that's just how it's going to go down? In other words, she's not going to talk to you or her.
I mean, since we've moved out, she's started having communication. So
Okay.
I think that it may be a possibility that we could have that conversation.
Let me ask you this: would this help you if I had Doc call over there? If I had one of our deputies call and talk to her, do you think that would help? I don't know this woman.
Well, I'd have to talk to my wife first.
Why don't you do that? Because maybe what you really need, just to open up the conversation, is a mediator, someone that really is just uninvolved, is looking at just the realistic parts that can explain to one party, here's all the receipts, here's the money you put into it, and explain to the other party exactly their side of it. You know what? I don't agree with Doc as far as you guys live there. You live there. There's no reason you should.
She also took out a second mortgage to purchase a new place, and that was, and then.
But Jason, who cares? Jason, the only thing, in my opinion, that is due to you is the work you did to make that house better. That's it. You're not going to get like half the equity. He didn't leave it to you guys. He left it to his wife. I'm not going to fight for you for that, but I will fight for you for what is rightly due you, which is the work you did. I don't care if you're saying she took a second mortgage out on her own house. What's wrong with that? Honest to God, Jason, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Okay.
She paid it. She agreed to pay the additional, but then it got too much for her, and now she's trying to, get out from underneath it.
Yeah, I understand. I get it, man. And you're frustrated because you had to move. You guys thought you were going to be there. You thought it was left. I get all that. But we got to look at really the reality of the situation is she can sell it. She can live in it. She can give it away to somebody. She can do whatever the hell she wants to do with her house. But I do truly believe she owes you a chunk of cash. What I really want you to do is first figure out, I'm happy to find a mediator for you and just start the communications and then see if we can't get it solved. But if not, you're probably going to end up hiring an attorney. But I think a good mediator can get through to her that some of the money should go for you for the betterment of the property. I don't think that's that hard, and I doubt she's that unreasonable. I think she's very upset with whatever happened with her grandson, but a third party could come in and probably get something done. If you want to take us up on that, please do. But you also need to do this, Jason. You need to sit down and calculate what that upgrade is, all the upgrades you did, all the material and the time you put into it. You got to come up with the real price, and don't be a jerk about it and say it was $100,000. Like I'm saying, it is what it is. If you hired someone to do it, what would it be? Because the mediator is going to look at that, man. All right?
So do you suggest I call and get quotes from people to give me a quote on what the job would have cost? Because me personally, I make about $100 an hour.
Yep.
So do I calculate my real time
Jason,
income?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do like the first part you said. You get some quotes on doing it, It's kind of hard to do that because it's already been done. So I don't know, for example, how hard or how long it took to tear the floor out. Did it have to be re-leveled? There's so many factors to construction. You just got to be reasonable on it. Here's what I want you to do. Have a reasonable answer to how much time and money, which eventually is all just money, that you put into the project. You just got to have a reasonable one. So look at it this way. If there was 12 jurors out there and you were giving them that number, would they think it's reasonable? Make sure Suzanne has your information. You want to talk to us on that.
And I'll call the mother-in-law.
Yeah, well, let's see if they want to do it. He's got to talk to Mom. I loved how he described his relationship with the mother-in-law. All right, 303 Martino, we got some lines open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Any questions? Bad landlords, you get the idea. Keith, you're next, 303-713-8255. David Ellis, you know why I'm talking about him. Hey, Kevin, get on that mic real quick. So, does your wife, I don't know if you're a jewelry guy, do you buy her a lot of jewelry? You guys have been together for a while.
Yeah, here and there.
And eventually it gets stale, it gets old. And what I mean is it might go out of fashion. She might just not like it. You can bring it to David Ellis.
Might not have liked it the first time.
Yeah, she might have not liked it to begin with. You might want to convert it into jewelry she does like.
Exactly.
What I love about the guys at David Ellis, though, is they will weigh it right on the spot, and they'll give you probably the best price out there for your used jewelry. Maybe an old necklace, mismatched earrings. You get the idea. Pretty much anything there. How about you got any gold teeth? Because guess what? If they're out of your mouth, he'll actually buy them.
Serious?
Yeah, he will buy any precious metal, and unlike a pawn store or anything like that, he's going to give you a great fair price. I highly suggest if you have these kind of items, bring them down. In fact, he can even buy coins. If you have coins that actually have value even beyond what the actual precious metal is, he can give you even more for that. I mean, he's the real deal. David Ellis Jewelers, 303-322-8779. They've been around forever. They're trusted. 3rd and Clayton, David Ellis Jewelers. Here's an attorney I hope you never need. A lot of times I say, hey, you need a will, call this guy. You need this, you need that. This guy I hope you don't have to call, but it's probably one of the most important calls you'd make, and that's Joe Lazara, Joseph A. Lazara. Here's the deal, man. He's a criminal defense attorney. Maybe you got popped with a DUI. Maybe you had a dispute with your neighbor, a domestic experience with your other. If you need a criminal attorney, generally one of two things has happened. One, you were falsely accused, and that does happen quite a bit. Not totally a lot, but it does happen. Two, you are guilty, but you need that representation to get the best deal. You don't want jail time. You just want the best deal. Joseph A. Lazara knows the DAs. He knows the other attorneys. He knows the judges in all these counties around here. So get his number into your phone right now, because if something does happen, you don't want to go to the yellow pages or whatever's in jail these days. I have no idea. But you're going to want a number to an attorney. You don't want to find it on Google in the last second. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. LazaraLegal.com.
which is just 1 block over.
Tommy says he's getting some much-needed rest, so that's good.
I bet he is. I bet he
Slept
is.
in 6 weeks.
5.5 hours completely under. I bet he is beat to shit.
He should be okay by now.
God, I don't know, man.
He shouldn't have any lingering effects.
No, I don't mean that, but I mean just being tired after it. He actually, we FaceTimed for a minute. He had a smile. He looked like he actually dropped some age. He wasn't wincing in pain.
Yeah, pain sucks.
I'll give him a call this afternoon. I left 2 messages for him.
They were just getting back.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what this annuity stock market means.
Yeah.
Because my annuity had a 3% COLA. So it started out at $1,300. It's up to $1,700.
So how much did you buy the annuity?
About $300.
Okay. So now with annuities, I mean, that money, that's not yours to take out. That was.
Well, there's 2 ways to it. You can have a cash refund, or you can have no cash. So I bought the annuity for $300, and it'll pay me now $17 or more as long as I live.
So what if you only, not to be morbid, what if you only live
If I
2
die
years?
tomorrow, it's gone.
Yeah.
But if I my mom lived to 96, my dad lived to be 101.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that, but that's a chance you take. But at the
No, I'm
time,
just curious, yeah.
yeah, at the time, it still is. I thought it was a great deal.
Sure.
So you got to have that COLA in there. That's the thing. Because the deal is once it gets to certain, they never bring it down. They'll go up, but whatever it is, it'll never be less.
Could you find that Ronnie James Dio Night people?
So at the time I bought it, between my Social Security and my annuity, it basically covers all my expenses.
No, it's called it's a Dio Night.
So I don't have to worry about taking money out of my investments or everything else. Because when you retire, your cash flow is gone.
Yeah, no, that's the frustration or the fear of it,
Yeah, your annuities probably not even. Most people's annuities probably aren't even keeping up with inflation right now.
I'll tell you what was really cool. For about 6 months after I retired, I would get checks in the mail because insurance companies take 90 to 180 days to pay your claim.
Gotcha.
So I would keep getting these checks in the mail, and I wasn't working. It was great.
Three 303-713-8255. Any questions you have? Any complaints? Need help? 303 Martino. By the way, that number works on and off the air. I say that all the time. It truly does. We check that number constantly. We'll email you back. We'll call you back. We'll get you lined up for the show.
We'll try to help you. As simple as that, or help. That's HELP at troubleshooter.com. That works too. Charlie and Keith, I'm going to come to you guys. I do want to tell everybody about Premier Window Cleaning, though. Premier Window Cleaning Services and Pressure Washing. It's this time of year, man. You want to get that, how about that garage or that driveway pressure wash? Maybe your patio, get it clean. But these guys, the window cleaning is amazing. They've been out to our house. They did our house. Maybe it was last summer. I'm going to have them out again. But Tyler and Nick, they're the owners. They're young kids. I say kids. I mean, they're in their early 20s. But these guys do it all. They've got a big contract down at DIA. They know what they're doing. The price is absolutely... It's unbeatable anywhere. You want those windows to look brand new inside and out. They'll even clean the shower doors for you and all the power washing. Give them a call. 303-564-5574. 303-564-5574. Now, let's go over to Keith. Keith, you've been holding a while, man. What is going on, sir?
Well, I'm calling for my ex, who I share a close and friendly relationship with. She inherited an annuity from her mother that was purchased originally probably 25 or 30 years ago.
Wow.
She's probably had that in her control for 4 or 5 years, and as she visited with friends and neighbors about how they were doing with their investments, she realized that her annuity was not making as much money as some of her peers. She's about 75. and she got talked into going to an advisor, a brokerage.
Yeah.
And they sold out her annuity and put her money in the market.
Okay.
And she was of the opinion that she's going to be making a lot more money this way, except she's giving up guaranteed income for as long as she lives.
Keith, I understand everything you're saying. How much money are we talking about?
About $250,000.
So when did they actually cash the annuity out and put it into stocks?
I think maybe they did it. It'd be interesting to know the exact day, but they maybe got the exact top of the market.
Well, how about just the exact month? I mean, when are you thinking?
December, in December or January, but it's interesting. It might be the exact day. Since that time, I think she's losing about $1,000 a week. She's kind of afraid to look at it, afraid to rock the boat.
How much was she getting in the annuity per month?
She hadn't begun to draw on it.
How much was she going to be getting?
Oh, around $1,600 or $1,700 a month for as long as she lives.
Man, you know, and how old is she again? 80, you said?
No, about 74, 75.
God, mid-70s. I think that was an insane decision. I'm curious the thinking, and I'm curious.
Think so too.
I'm curious if they're a fiduciary or who they are. I mean,
they advertise as a fiduciary, and I don't know how they can justify it.
Who is it?
It's an agent for Edward Jones.
God, so it's Edward Jones. I'd love to talk to him about this. I wonder if we could get this guy on the horn. We'd probably have to have permission with your mother-in-law. He's not going to come on. The more I think about it, what would he gain by coming on? Hey, let me kick you in the ass 12 times. He's not going to come on for a public shaming because, you know, I'm only going off of what you said. I think this is I can't understand that decision at her age. I just don't get it. Hey, Suzanne, could we get Joe? Hold on. Could we get Joe on from Become the Banker? They do some annuities. I want to ask him some basic questions because this could come up for people listening. In fact, Tom had one. Martino had one. What did they have? He had I'm almost sure it was an annuity, and it's going to pay so much. Literally, it was a defined benefit plan that he's done with one of his companies. So this defined benefit plan he's been building for years and years and years, and you get X amount per month, virtually forever till the day you die. And when he turned 65, or recently maybe 67, I don't remember the exact date, but it's been pretty recently, they actually called him up and wanted to cash him out and do something else with it. So we both sat in the office and started doing the math of what he's going to be getting per month, and, you know, took his average life expectancy of like 87 or whatever it was. And we extrapolated the math, and the worst thing in the world he could have done was get rid of that thing. Those monthly payments were far more than he ever put into that thing. And they were trying to get him out of it. That company that literally did the annuity was trying to get him out of it because they realized, oh my God, we're going to be upside down on this if he lives just to the normal age. So I would like to I'd like to get, oh, he's on already. Hold on, man. Let me lock you in. Hey, Joe, you're a fiduciary, right?
I am.
Help me out with this, man. Maybe I'm missing something. You guys, what's the annuity product that I really like you guys sell? Who does that?
It's called, actually sold by Fidelity.
Yeah, Fidelity.
And Guaranteed Life, yeah.
Yeah, so
and
listen to this circumstance, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna say anything but the facts and let me know. 75-year-old woman. She hasn't started taking her annuity payments, but she was about to. The payments were going to be somewhere around $2,000 a month, $1,700, $1,800 a month. It came from her husband that paid into it forever. You know, I don't know how many years. But
just to be accurate, it was from her mother. She inherited it from her mother.
She inherited it from her mother, Joe. But she talked to a so-called fiduciary over where?
Edward Jones.
At Edward Jones. At Edward Jones, Joe. And this happened in December. He convinced her the best thing to do instead of that $1,800 a month. Remember these dates, man, December.
Right.
So is to cash out of the annuity altogether and then get into the stock market. I got to take a break. I want you to think about what I just said. All right, everybody hold tight. Let me lock this person in. And Joe, get Joe back on. That was my bad. 303-713-8255. I bet I know what he's going to say, but I want it from an actual fiduciary that knows what they're doing.
Well, then their obligation as fiduciary takes over. But until she actually signs a contract with them, they have no responsibility with her.
Well, she signed
That was
something
Mark's
because they
fault, Joe. I'm
cashed in her
sorry about
check.
that. Hang on for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Thank
Once
you, sir.
she
Hang
signed
on.
that and she gave the money, then their responsibility is to protect her investment as a fiduciary.
Could I get a 4-day?
They have no obligation before that.
Just had a month.
She went to him for advice, and they said cash out and go with stocks. According to him, if that's correct, and they're a fiduciary, they fucked up.
But they're not a fiduciary until she signs with them.
She must have signed with them, or how did they cash out of the fucking annuity?
Once she gives them,
hold on, Doc.
Then they become a fiduciary. That's the key.
Oh, a minute?
Yeah, like a minute.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying,
I
Mark?
think they became a fiduciary with the advice.
No.
Well, that's what I'm going to find out from Joe, because then I don't understand that at all. That makes no sense.
Because once they have
I
the
know
money,
what you're saying.
once they have the money,
they can't make trades that are
then
not in their plan.
then they're obligated. But
if the annuity is Edward Jones,
wait, the annuity's not Edward Jones.
Who was it?
Who said it was Edward Jones?
Well, that's. Oh, Joe sells Edward Jones. Fidelity. Where did I get Edward Jones?
Because that's who the broker is.
Okay. You're fucking confusing the shit out of me.
No,
You're fucking confusing the shit out of me.
He understands it.
Ooh, I am looking forward to a fucking pork chop. Hold on.
She goes to Edward Jones. They say invest in the stock market.
Hold on, guys.
Or get info on our new show by texting the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta to 39747. Switch to
5 seconds.
Facts today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text message. Message generates may apply.
Hey, if your will's been sitting out there for a while, maybe you've been through a divorce, I don't know, a big life-changing event, maybe you've had another child for that matter, maybe you've got grandkids in the picture now and you want to take care of them, not just your children. You got to call Blake Harris. What I love about Blake Harris Law is they talk to you over the phone. They figure out everything that has to do with your circumstance, and they make suggestions. They give you that right advice, and then they give you one price to do it. Maybe it's a trust. Maybe it's a will. Maybe you just need a power of attorney or a medical directive. Regardless of what it is, when it comes to your legacy and asset protection, the guys at Blake Harris Law can handle it. The phone number is 833-ASK-BLAKE. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE, and that flat rate pricing is unbelievable. They did our trust, and they did a will for us, and it was really cool, man. We told him everything. We told him our wishes. He said, here's what you need to do to achieve that. And he said, here's exactly how much it's going to cost, and that's exactly how it went down. Blake Harris Law, 833-ASK-BLAKE. SimplyFloorsInc.com. I talk about these guys all the time because I love them. Buddy Mitchell and his wife Karen run SimplyFloorsInc.com. They can save you a ton on flooring. Doesn't matter if it's LVT, tile, hardwood, you name it, they got it, and they bring the samples to you. You can go to their showroom if you want, but trust me, you don't want to. You want to have them bring the carpet out there, the LVT. You get to see it with your furniture in your house. And like I said, they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores when it comes to flooring. The other thing they do is free design services. Maybe you don't know what you want in the living room. Do you want hardwood? Do you want tile? Do you want to do carpet? Whatever it is, these guys can help you with free designer services, the best pricing. It's simple to use.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
You sign up on the schedule right there. You can pick whatever day, whatever time. They're going to be there. They're going to be on time. They'll do all the measurements. They're not high pressure. Man, they're good people. You need new flooring, you go to SimplyFloorsInc.com.
You want to hang and tell them about the scam first?
Here it is, baby.
Hang on a minute. Let's talk about it. Got a couple calls out of you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Privacy screens on a metal tree. So big savings on thousands of shrubs. Now approved.
Sing it, Doc.
Tree farm near me.
You take I-25 to exit 235 and 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Those guys got every penny they paid Steve Moss. They got back 1,000,000 times. Yep.
We were talking about it. If you ask anybody what's the tree farm,
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier.
then you know that they're from Denver.
Yeah. Fuck. But the only thing is, you can't tell them how to get there without saying.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Hey, do you know where the tree farm is? Oh, fuck, hold on. Okay, I-25.
But that's how you can tell that someone's been in Denver for more than a year.
It's crazy, man. What other jingles back in the day?
Shane
I
Company.
wish I was an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Shane Company. 1/2 mile east of I-25 on Rabbit Road or Westminster.
Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids is crazy addicting.
I remember this one, and most people don't, but it was Big Mac filet of fish, quarter pounder French fries, icy Coke, thick shake sundaes, and apple pies.
Where's that from?
In the cup, ran away with the spoon. McDonald's.
And also the
Where else would it be? Big Mac filet of fish.
Yeah, when you brush your teeth. What about when you brush your teeth?
Pickles, ketchup, mustard on a sesame seed motherfucking bun.
Oh, every single
I don't
person.
think they said motherfucker.
Hey, if you say Red Robin, everyone of course goes yo.
Yeah, Red Robin, yum.
Baby back ribs.
I don't remember that.
Mark, I want my baby back, baby back.
Baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back.
McDonald's, everyone's around loving it.
So dumb.
Oh yeah, Carvel ice cream.
Best commercial.
That was just his voice, yeah.
Well, we used to go to Carvel on Friday afternoon.
Oh, Kit Kat.
It was a treat.
Kit Kat. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, right. Kit Kat, yeah, right.
I used to like, what was the Mounds one? Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
What about the, what would you do for,
nuts.
Mark, what
Mounds
about
don't.
Klondike Bar?
Oh yeah, Klondike Bar, fuck yeah.
Huggies. I'm a big kid now.
The other McDonald's one I remember was, God, it was Mac the Knife. How the hell's Mac the Knife go?
Wow.
When the clock strikes.
Oh, God.
6:30, babe. Time to head for Golden Light. It's a good time for the great taste. Dinner at McDonald's. It's Mac tonight.
State Farm.
You know
Like
what?
a
I
good
should
neighbor.
just fucking travel the world singing
State Farm is there.
That was the first play.
State Farm, good one.
With
Here we go.
Penny Opera.
Out.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got a big issue right here. And folks, you know, you got to hang on to your money. You got to have the right people dealing with your money if you're not self-driven as far as what you're doing for your retirement, what you're doing with your annuities, what you're doing with your 401k. And this one's kind of crazy, and I'm digging into one of our experts' brains to figure out what he thinks about it. But Keith, his mother-in-law, 75 years old, went over to somebody at Edward Jones, and they convinced her to cash in this annuity that she would have been getting $1,700 or $1,800 a month for, and put all that money after cashing it out into the stock market. And I just find it crazy, but I really do want to ask Joe Chianto. He's with our friends over at Become the Banker. They've got some great investment tools over there. But what do you think, Joe? I mean, is it insane or what? I don't know. I'm being very honest.
No, really. I mean, it's totally crazy, I think.
Now,
Totally
if you're
crazy.
a fiduciary, something Doc said, and I hate acknowledging if Doc has a point, but I don't think he does. He's saying that until she signed on the dotted line, a fiduciary technically isn't a fiduciary to you and could give you, in other words, he could give you any advice he wants if you haven't signed on the dotted line with him, but until you sign. But my understanding is, and I'm going to bring our caller back up, Keith, when she went over to this guy at Edward Jones, right?
Yes.
Is he the one that actually cashed out of the annuity and bought the stocks? Did he make the transactions, or did she cash out of the annuity and bring him the money? And then I'm going to ask Joe, does it even matter? At what point is a fiduciary a fiduciary?
She transferred her account.
Hold
to
on,
Edward
go ahead,
Jones.
Keith. You say first. She what?
As I understand it, it's my ex-wife that.
I get it, but go ahead. Just the most you know.
As best I know, she transferred her account to an agent, an Edward Jones agent, after that transaction was completed, he convinced her that she should cash out of the annuity and put the money in the market.
Okay, now hold on. Just stop right there. Just stop right there. So, Joe, a couple things. One, if I have an annuity with somebody like you, I can move that annuity somewhere else?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so if everything happened the way it said, I am right, Doc's nuts, right? I mean, being serious. He is a fiduciary at that point.
I think anybody that calls themselves fiduciaries, they're fiduciaries from the time they meet the client.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do.
Mark.
Now, I think, Doc, Go ahead, Doc. Really what you're thinking is on a very technical basis, like in a lawsuit. Is that even correct, Joe?
No, I think, like I'm a certified financial planner, Mark.
Yep.
And I am a fiduciary. So I have to, be frank with the client and tell the clients what's good for them and what's not good for them. And a 75-year-old person should not have cashed an annuity that would give her a guaranteed income.
It's crazy.
And put the money at risk of all things.
It's absolutely insane. So where I want to go from here, Joe, what happens when a fiduciary does something this outrageous? And we're purely going off of what Keith is saying right now, but let's take him as gospel for an example. What the hell do you do? Who do you call? Is there a fiduciary policeman? I mean, what do you do?
Well, there's the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay.
And they have an office right here in Denver, Colorado, and you can call them up and you can file a complaint.
And then what have you seen out of complaints in the past? Have you ever seen them penalized by having to repay maybe money? Or what is honestly to be expected besides them getting a tongue lashing or an ass whooping?
No, I mean, if it's serious enough, which in this case, I really not knowing all the facts, but I can tell you that a 75-year-old woman she shouldn't have all her assets in the stock market.
It's insane
at this point. So what they do, they cancel their licenses. That's number one. They can fine them, and in some cases, they can go to jail.
But as far as getting the money back, does a fiduciary have like a bond or anything like that they have to carry, or non-existent?
No, they have what they call E&O insurance.
Oh,
errors and omission insurance.
Now, if everything, so the insurance could actually cover this if it was proven they did something that should not have been done.
That is right.
Oh my God!
And,
you know what?
But Mark, let me tell you something.
Go.
I mean, I really feel strongly about this because I don't believe that anybody 75 years old.
It's insane.
You have their money at risk.
The second he told me that, my head almost exploded, and I'm just thinking, okay, it's done, it's over with, but that's not the case. We might, if this is all true, here's what we got to do, Keith. How do we figure out exactly what happened? That's what I need to know. Right now, we have a story from a guy named Keith. I know nothing about you, nothing about her. What can you get us factual? In fact, Joe, do you mind helping us out with this? If we can just look at the documents, follow the money, and see what the hell happened to this poor woman in her retirement.
I would love to.
Keith,
hey, Joe, does FINRA have anything to do with this?
Who's FINRA?
It's the Financial Industry Reporting Agency.
So,
yeah, but they can do that as well.
Keith, can you please?
But if the agent has E&O insurance,
yeah, that's where my eyes are focused in. I'm looking at that insurance policy.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like a car wreck, man. A personal injury case. Generally speaking, I'm not talking like a Walmart truck hits you, but generally talking, John Fuller will tell you this. It could be so much at fault, it's absolutely crazy, and you never walk again, and your life's upside down. If there's only $25,000 in insurance, guess what? It's worth $25,000. So if this guy didn't have any insurance and he gets fired and everything else, the lady's out of luck. But that's not the way it is. So Keith,
no, it's not.
We need the information. If you really want help with this to help your mother-in-law, and maybe we can make her whole again and start getting her payments, you got to get documentation together, bro. I realize it's like your ex-wife's mother or whatever, but you got to do it or have her do it. You got to do the legwork, man.
Hey, Joe, wouldn't Edward Jones have...
Hold on, I want to make sure Keith gets it. You get it?
I understand what needs to be done, and I'm willing to do everything because I think this is an egregious violation.
It is egregious. Who is it? I hate to even oust the guy right now because we don't have his side. So I'm taking it. I'm going to let you oust him, Keith. Who is it? Who is this guy? What's his name?
I would rather not say.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine if he doesn't want to play ball. And you know what, Keith? If you want other 75 or 80-year-old women to get milked out of their annuity, I can't blame you. I'm being a hard ass on you for not saying it, but I want to help you. But you're not thinking of all the other people.
Okay, the reason I called is because I'm concerned about my ex. I'm also concerned about all the other people maybe similarly abused by Edward Jones.
No,
But
let's not.
until
I don't want to throw as a blanket Edward Jones in this. They might have a bad fiduciary working for them or representing them or selling their products. This isn't an Edward Jones problem. This is a Joe Blow, whatever the hell his name is, problem.
That's true. I would just like to, and if we can establish the details, I'd be happy to release the name.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So let's do this. I'm going to put you on hold. Listen, man, we've got a game plan on this. There's no more. Doc, you had a follow-up question for Joe. Go ahead.
I'll just say, if he's an employee, then Edward Jones has the E&O policy. So even if this guy has nothing, the company itself would be responsible, right, Joe?
No, Doc. Most people with Edward Jones are not employees.
They're all independent contractors or brokers.
Independent contractors, but they do have licenses, like security licenses, insurance licenses.
Yep.
And every company, Edward Jones requires their brokers to have E&O insurance.
And people listening right now, Joe, Suzanne didn't put your number up, so I'm going to have you give it out. But you have annuity products. You have the life insurance back products. You guys have all kinds of products. If you really want to talk to someone that knows about annuities, in fact, does the one you sell, Joe, still have that 9% bonus?
Actually, it went up.
Oh, my God.
12%.
Imagine you put, let's just be crazy. You put $1 million in this thing, Kevin, you get $100,000. Boom, right there. I think it's over, 3 years or whatever it is, but it's pretty quick.
Right.
All right, listen, become the banker, 303-800-2919, 303-800-2919. This one, Joe, I am literally putting you on our sheet as the follow-up. Usually I give it to a deputy. In this case, you are the deputy. I want to find out if Keith's story holds water, and if it does, man, I want to put this dude I want to put this guy out of business. He shouldn't be in that business. You don't tell a 75-year-old woman something like that. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
I like Joe, man. I've always liked that guy. 303-800-2919. I got to take a break. A-Rod's about to snap my neck in half.
Knew what I was doing. Yeah, of course. And it was part of my whole retirement plan.
Yeah, it wasn't just the annuity.
It wasn't right. Like I said, I wanted to have enough money to cover my expenses between my annuity and my Social Security, not have to worry about money.
Okay, did I do Century? I did not talk Century. I did do Premier Window Cleaner.
Yes, you did.
I am almost caught up, man.
To make up for yesterday?
Yeah, and it doesn't. And I've only done one. I mean, I haven't had to go back to back or anything. Boy, those are the kind of calls that's why I like this, man. I really do. I really hope we can at least make a difference. In worst scenario, or best scenario, well, no, worst scenario, at least expose this guy and get his license taken away. If it's all correct, it's just crazy.
A lot of ifs, so yeah.
And Edward Jones might cover it. Because there were times when
straight up. They don't play around too much.
No, but I'm saying they might cover the loss. I know Merrill Lynch has done that.
I think this guy just resells their product, and he probably resells 100 different products. I can't imagine why they would do anything here. They just have nothing to do with it.
No, he might be an Edward Jones registered agent and only sells their products.
Maybe.
And manages portfolios of people who invest with him.
Well, then the conversation should have ended when he's like, "There's nothing I can help you with."
Excuse me?
He shouldn't have helped her then.
Right.
Yeah. He wasn't, you know.
So here. Substantially lower than the amount of money put into the annuity. In other words, if you don't take the money, if you don't specifically use the annuity, and there's a death benefit that may be less than the amount of the annuity.
So you cash it out for 100 instead of the
Yeah.
death benefit that's 50.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or something, yeah.
But, you know, having Joe look over it would be really important.
Polyaspartic. Do you have your shop floors done?
No.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I would love to, but I mean, I don't know how you work around everything because you'd have to really.
You couldn't work. I mean, it's a day with no bay.
Yeah.
So even on Sunday, do you have people working on Sundays?
Yeah, I mean, just everything that's in there, though. The lifts.
That's the hardest part about it, bro. We had to take everything out of our garage. I'm talking refrigerators, workbenches,
shelves, you know, all the stuff you
everything. Now that I think back to my old shop, holy fuck, man. I don't even know. I guess they'd go right around the lifts. I guess I can picture how they do that. But other than that, man, all the tire machines, all the AC equipment, the roll-around shit, the tanks. I'm thinking of my waste oil tank, my oil burner tank. You'd end up not moving a lot of shit, so bottom line.
I'm having it done before I move in.
But, man, can you imagine once a week, though, you send your guys out there with the power washer and bam, bam.
You know, you kick yourself. God, I wish I could have done that.
I'm going to talk to you about that coming back because of this spot.
That's why I'm having it done before I move in. As soon as I sign my, as soon as I close on the house.
Because even the garage at my house, I got a bunch of built-in shelves, you know, with all kinds of stuff stacked. That'd be such a pain.
I wonder, I didn't even think of this. I never hear it of in the house. I wonder if you could do this inside like your basement. Let's say your basement's not finished, but you want a nice floor down there for a pool table, ping pong or something. I wonder if you could put it in your house. I just never heard of people doing it. No, it's not concrete. It's a coating.
No. I'm saying
the basement is.
If the basement is
concrete. I just wonder if it puts out any if there's any chemicals it puts out that they won't do it inside. I don't know.
And it's all non-slip and everything too, right?
Oh yeah. If you want non-slip.
Yeah.
I'll bet you they just open the window.
All right, 303-713-8255. We do have a line open. Man, I can't wait to get a follow-up on that one. The cool part about this show is we will always give you follow-ups. Some cases take a long time. We're trying to get this poor kid, 19 years old, an identity. I'm not going to go into it, but that's a good one. Here's a kid that was born at home. No birth certificate, Kevin. That's Kevin Calkin shared in Autotech with me. No birth certificate, no social security number. 19 years old. Parents don't want to do anything. Suzanne is like, she's like, what did Kaylin Eccles say? What did Kaylin Eccles say?
Well, like, dog on a bone or
She's
something.
going after this like a bulldog on a bone.
Oh, God.
That'd be a tough one.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Suzanne's dealing with Texas where they were born. I mean, we're FedExing stuff back and forth. Wow. We're going to get this kid his stuff, but his parents are deadbeats. But that's just an example of some things. God, they just unfold so slow. And when we talk about $300 million in cash, merchandise exchanges, and refund services, think about this. How do you even put a value on a kid's identity? Like, literally, he can't get a job. He can't get a driver's license. What is that worth? I'm going to throw $100 million on it just for the hell of it.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Why not? $150 billion.
Like they say in the commercial, it's priceless.
Remember the guy, who was the guy that show? $1 million. Dr. Evil. I like Dr. Evil. God, I love that and his stupid cat. All right, we got a lot going on, but we were talking Garage Magic. These guys do the polyaspartic coating for the garage. I was asking Kevin. He's got Sheridan Auto Tech. They got multiple shops. I said, do you have these in your shop? Because I own shops forever. I had 5 shops, and I never had it. Cost being one, meaning shops are big. This isn't a 2-car garage. You're big. But you brought up another reason I never did it in the shop. Oh, my God, we've got lifts. You've got all kinds of equipment. And when we did our garage, we had this done on our garage, our home garage and our patio like 2-3 years ago. The hardest part, man, the patio is easy because it's lawn furniture. Sure. But, my God, man, we have a refrigerator, workbenches. The hardest part is literally getting everything out for these guys to come in. But that's what Garage Magic does. You want that nice coating, and then once a year or whenever you want to, you take the hose, you spray it down. You know what you deal with in these garages.
Blowers, get it out of there.
I bet if I looked at the cement in your shop, there's a zillion oil stains.
Well, no, we scrub it pretty good. But you're right. I mean, it'd be so much nicer to have a coating.
Oh, a coating. Do you have it at home?
No, coulda, shoulda, woulda.
You guys should do it. I mean, honestly, man, I love it so much. I put it off. I never thought much about it, but when we just cleaned the other day from winter, everything just comes up. But it's Garage Magic, 720-600-HOME. 720-600-HOME. They happen to have a lifetime warranty. I mean, you're not going to beat that. All of their installers are trained. They have some full-time employees. They give full benefits. They invest in the people. I mean, it's a good company. Yeah. But Garage Magic, 720-600-HOME. Now, let's get back to the phones. Who should I go to? Oh, I got music up. I am so sorry. Grayson, I do want to hear your comment. Hold on. If you probably paid them extra,
they would take on the liability?
I don't know. You would have to ask them. I'll tell you this. I use Garage Kings, first of all.
Garage, yeah.
But Garage Kings, they did move stuff for me on the warranty part. I had an issue. It wasn't even an issue, but one thing that can happen is the seams where the concrete is, you either want it level or you can go and show the seams. They ask you. Mm-hmm. I wanted it level.
So they fill it?
Yeah, so they filled the expansion joints, but one of them, for whatever reason, like a month later, it kind of like just sunk in. It was still, I don't know what happened to it. Honestly, it's kind of weird. It's just kind of seeped into the expansion joint. But they came out, and you can't really just fix it. They redid it. But that was on the patio. So in that case, I wasn't home. They could get out there real quick. They moved all the stuff. But once again, we're talking just patio furniture.
Right.
But refrigerators and shit, that was a monster.
Well, you got to put them somewhere.
I just put them in the driveway. So it was during the summer when we got it done. And cool enough, it's only 24 hours. The drying period's 24. It's actually probably less, but he said to be sure, go 24. And they can do, so we got steps walking into the house that are just wooden steps. They did those in the same coating. And it's gorgeous. Our steps
They do it on wood?
They do it right on wood.
Wow.
Right on the steps. It looks fucking beautiful. And it's solid as rock. I've got a high pressure because of the bus. Fucking gas-powered power washer. You can put it on that little tiny stream that I think you could fucking cut a tin can in half. And it fucking doesn't do shit to this stuff, man. It is tough as nails.
It's like, how do you even know that?
Well, I'll tell you how I know it, because I was power washing our house before Szymanski and Genesis repainted it after a hail deal, and fucking tore the fuck out of my Hardy board or whatever that siding is, man. That fucking power washer ripped the paint the fuck off.
Did it do anything to the board itself?
I don't think it did to the board, but I mean, it just like a laser. I was like, oh fuck. But I knew I was getting,
you're getting it repainted.
We were getting it painted, so I didn't freak out too much, but shit. I bet if it was, those vinyl wrap cars, I bet it would fucking, it'd peel it right off, I bet. I wonder if you can even go through a car wash on those. I would think, right?
Do you know how many scams there are about that?
Oh, yeah.
I get calls all the time.
You do occasionally see a car that's wrapped with the craziest shit. You do see it.
Occasionally, but there's so many scams where people they say, well, send us
$100,
$100, $200, $300, and we'll send you the kit to have your car. Somebody will call you to have it painted, and of course, they never show up. And it's always people who need the money. That's what's really sad about it.
Have you ever seen these cobblestone car washes around?
We got a call we got 2 calls last week about cobblestone.
What? That?
Yeah. They damaged, remember, Mark?
Oh, my God.
They put a huge gash in somebody's car.
So we took that call, and next thing you know, we got what, Doc? Another 2 or 3?
Yeah.
I'll never use those son of a bitches. But the one that was amazing. So here's the deal, though. The corporation gobbled up a shitload of fucking car washes around here. So some of them they gobbled up were bad car washes. And there's one particular one, it was unbelievable. You saw the photo.
Yeah.
He goes through the car wash. There's fucking fist-sized holes in it. Fucking holes in it, man. In the fucking car.
Literally.
Literally holes. I'm like, it looks like he went through fucking Iraq during the, whatever it was called.
So what was the outcome? Are they assuming responsibility for it?
I think they're suing him. I sent the guy, ultimately I sent him everything. They weren't going to do shit, man. They're like, wasn't me. I mean, they're pulling the, the Chris Rock.
See, there's a new one close to where I live, so I can swing in there in the morning. There's nobody there.
We've got a great one now that's right in between Castle Rock. So we exit Founders, and then if you go to Franktown from there, you basically you pretty much take Founders there. Yeah. They built one right on our way. We go there. We pay, I think it's $65 a month for both cars unlimited.
Cool.
Is that what you do, the unlimited?
Yeah, $28 a month.
Fuck yeah.
And I park side of my drive is a tree. Every once in a while, I get tree sap.
Takes it off. Just comes right off.
I never wash the outside of my car.
I know.
Fuck, I do all the
time.
There's
no point.
Oh, bullshit. I like having it look good.
I get the oil change. I get new wipers. I take care of the inside. Who cares if the outside is dirty?
Car, you had duct tape holding the bumper.
Yeah.
I believe.
It wasn't the bumper. It was just...
Oh, that was real?
That was the fender. Yeah.
You had fucking duct tape holding your car together, Doc?
No. It was the side panel was a little bit... Wait.
He, somehow you see that different. I said you have duct tape holding your car together.
Yes.
He goes, no. It's just tape holding the panel together.
It wasn't the bumper. It was the side panel.
And it wasn't duct tape. It was packing tape.
No, it was
Gorilla Tape.
It is duct tape.
Come on, get it straight.
I would not use Gorilla Tape on paint. That fucking shit is strong, man. You peel that shit off, I think your whole paint job's coming.
That's why I use duct tape.
So just in case, I've got all this Suzanne bought me for our RVs to throw in there. What's that tape that they cut the fucking boat in half and then they put
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal. Yeah. So they put one strip on to hold it together. But she bought me the Flex Seal tape, the Flex Seal putty, the Flex Seal that's in the caulking gun, and then I think it's some other bullshit Flex Seal.
That stuff works.
I got the entire line of Flex Seal.
There's a leak, you're covered.
Fuck, man, if I got a hose break, you can make a hose out of that shit.
That stuff works, though.
Fuck yeah, especially if you popped a leak on the top in a rainstorm.
Yeah, you have to wait for it to dry.
No, and you can go on with your trip, more importantly. Fuck, man, I couldn't believe all this shit. I opened up those presents, this constant Flex Seal. No, I don't remember what it was. It was Christmas, probably. I like stupid shit like that, though, man. I buy the stupid shit. I'm not as bad as I used to. In the as seen on TV aisle at Walmart, I bought this shit, man. So it turns hamburgers into hot dogs. So you take the hamburger and you put it in there. It makes it a fucking hot dog hamburger. And then this other one I bought that's cool. You take the hamburger, you put it in, and it inserts. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We've got an action-packed hour ahead, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. Really, if you just need some help, man, we have done everything you can imagine on this show. I was really thinking about that over break. If you think about getting a kid his identity back or getting someone to deposit back on a car, and then you can go into all kinds of things. Bad contractors we track down. At best, we expose them and get the money back. But at worst, we even had a guy, Jay Lopez. Remember him, Suzanne? The old Lopez. This guy would gallivant.
I remember him.
Gallivant around Colorado, county to county, taking $500 to $1,000 up front to redo people's driveways or patios. Cement guy. Literally take the down payment. I'm in the area today only. If you give me the, half down or whatever it is, he'd give them an outrageous price that you could never get done anywhere, a great timeline, and he wouldn't do a damn thing. You'd never see him again. None of the DAs would really do anything because he was kind of smart in this fashion. He would bounce around from county to county to county. So it's not like going to Douglas County and he ripped a bunch of people off. But he went into George Brockler's area. I love George Brockler. And this is back when he was a DA of, I think it was Douglas County. In fact, my daughter worked for Brockler, right, babe? Didn't Addie work for Brockler?
She interned in his office.
Yeah, so he was a DA, and this poor bastard Lopez, this scumbag pig piece of crap, he finally did something in Douglas County that we had all the evidence on. And Brockler got involved, and we got this guy, man. He ended up literally going to jail for a while. Some money got back, but not a lot. But he, I think, learned his lesson, and I think he moved out of state. I think he's gone, so he's Kansas problem now, or someone else's. Just stay away from Colorado. You're a bad guy. There's other states you can go to. We're here to patrol this one. 303-713-8255. You got any issues? I'll tell you another one. Suzanne, I don't know if I said this one on air, but the missing girl. Do you remember that? Did we talk about that on air?
The missing girl?
Yeah, down in Colorado Springs.
Oh, yes. It was homeless. The homeless girl.
There was a 12-year-old, Kevin. I went down there with my daughter. I was going to show her a homeless encampment. We were going to deliver some candles, other stuff, do the good deed during the winter thing. And we get down there, and one of this lady living in a tent says, hey, interesting enough, while you're here, there used to be a 10 or 12-year-old girl that was in the tent next to me, and all of a sudden, she's nowhere. And I don't know if you guys can do anything about that, but she goes, I've called the police, and, they don't come down here. They don't think anything of it. So I got with our affiliate KRDO down there, and we lit up El Paso or whatever county it is. And, man, sure enough, they got cops out there that night, and they found that girl about 2 or 3 days later where she shouldn't have been with a parent that shouldn't have her. And let's just put it this way. She got into the state system, and she's actually doing okay. I mean, I think she's with relatives now, but, man, it was like it was really strange. I don't want to imagine what could have been going on, but thank God we got involved and helped out there.
And Jeff Jolliffe, we've done a lot of stuff with him, right?
That guy, I don't even know what to say about Jeff Jolliffe. This guy, Suzanne, he kept emailing for a while saying he wants to come on. Here's the bottom line. A lot of times, if you had warranty work, and I mean more than not, well, maybe not more than not, but more than I can believe, He does your transmission. He does a horrible job at it. It breaks down. It's still doing the same thing. You call him back, go, hey, you did my transmission, rebuilt it, or put a used one in or whatever a week ago. Now it's not running. He'll scream and kind of yell at you according to the callers. But when you bring it back, you know what happens to your vehicle? Do you know, Kevin?
I remember this one, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone.
It gets stolen.
It gets stolen. Somehow, like 4 or 5 vehicles get stolen, and they all need warranty work.
Only the ones with warranty, though.
It's crazy. They get stolen. No, not the ones that he's getting paid on. It's just that, but it is the damnedest thing. These thieves must know it's warranty work. I mean, I don't know.
He parks them a special way. Yeah.
He parks them a special way. Wink, wink. It's crazy. So he keeps saying, hey, because of Sleaze Brigade, it's hurting my reputation. If you go to sleazebrigade.com, if you're new to the show, we have 2 websites that are very important. We got a list of the great guys, referralist.com, that we tell people to use. Not only are they background checked, but they signed our code of ethics. We get directly involved if there's an issue. It's simple as that. Unlike any other list in the world, referralist.com. But then if you go to sleazebrigade.com, you can see the worst of the worst. I could spend a whole show going over some of these morons. I mean, they're really bad. Some of these people have milked people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, like Don Eiley, and you can read about him on there. Now, this is a good question we get for whatever reason that Charlie has. Oh, real quick, I do want to go to Grayson. Grayson, you had a comment on that annuity call where we had a fiduciary tell a 75-year-old woman, allegedly, to cash in her annuity that would pay her $1,800 a month and get into the stock market in December. And of course, she's lost a ton of money. What is your comment, Grayson?
Yes. Thank you for taking my call. I actually have a bit of personal experience on a similar situation. It was actually my mom who moved her money out of a 401k into investments that are actually downright fraudulent. But in terms of the claims process, I want to explain that the way that you claim against an investment broker-dealer generally is by filing a FINRA arbitration. The SEC complaint alone is not enough usually to get the money back. But if you're going for monetary damages to have the money returned, you would generally need to file a FINRA arbitration, which is actually different from a FINRA complaint. FINRA arbitration, in my mom's case, she had an attorney to do it for her. It's probably advisable to get an attorney to do it because it can get a little complicated. Although I was at the hearing, it actually was it seemed surprisingly simple to me.
Hey, Grayson, let me ask you something, man. What happened to your mother? Just give us kind of the quick story.
So back in 2008, when everybody was panicking about what happened with the markets and them crashing, there was a radio show actually out here. I'm in California that was promoting safer investments. And my mom went to this advisor, and they advised her to cash out her 401k from her many years in the television industry.
Oh my God, Grayson! Tell me it was a qualified plan she was rolling into, or did she have to pay out?
Yeah. It was rolled into an IRA, but
Okay.
it was one of those self-directed IRAs.
Sure.
That that utilized private placement Regulation D investments, one of which turned out to be a Ponzi scheme. The others turned out to have other types of fraud.
How much did she end up losing?
She put in a little under $300,000, but recovered quite a bit of. I think she's still getting payments. Actually,
well, how much did she lose? How much did she lose in just the investment part? Like the bad advice cost how much of the 300?
That probably it was almost before all the litigation, and there were multiple lawsuits. It was probably almost all of it.
Oh my God,
30-something thousand.
They milked her out of her money. I mean, literally.
Yes, that's what happened.
Is she going to end up whole? I mean, eventually, is she going to get the $300,000 plus interest and everything else, or what was the actual outcome?
So the outcome was she was awarded all of it back and then some in a judgment, but the broker-dealer in this case, she got a judgment against both the broker-dealer. So Edward Jones would be named, as I'm almost 100% confident in this case, Edward Jones would be named as a defendant in this, even if the even if the advisor themselves is just an independent contractor. In this case, my mom didn't even know the name of the broker-dealer.
Didn't the insurance, did the O&E insurance kick in, or that wasn't, basically you just got a judgment against the defendants?
So we just got a judgment because the broker-dealer at this point was defunct.
Ah, there was no O&E.
Yeah, there
was
none.
Hey, man, Grayson, I really appreciate that. Keep following this story. We're gonna have our buddy over there at Become the Banker, Joe, look at everything, get the paperwork together. But I want to go after this guy, man. It's great. It's great actually hearing from you a situation where your mom was affected, $300,000, and you guys pretty much, it sounds like you might not be 100%, but you got some of it back. You did the right thing, you fought for it, and you got it, man. You the man. I like him. I'd like him as a deputy if he's interested, Suzanne. 303-713, I don't care if he's in California. If he knows about stuff like this, that could come in handy. 303-713-8255. Charlie, you hold on. He's got a question that we get all the time. Is the memo line on the check a legally binding contract? Hold tight.
Not enough. No, because
how much that still affects it. You go from 200,000. I want to tell you about Paragon Services. I personally used Matt a few years ago, and here's why. Here's what they do. He's a public adjuster, and they're very important. They have a role. And in Colorado, we're very lucky because they're very consumer friendly when it comes to public adjusters. But I had homeowners
insurance, like most of you out there that have a home, and there was a hailstorm. And my neighbors were getting new roofs. I called my insurance company out. They came out and said, hey, Mark, there's not enough damage to do anything. Too bad, so sad. So some time went by, and I saw neighbor Dave getting a new roof, or maybe it was Cindy and Deb, but whoever it was. I said, man, this is crazy. So I decided to call Matt. I called Matt at Paragon Services. He came out. Fast forward, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. Ready for this? 70 bones, baby. $70,000 Matt got me. I don't care if you've had a claim a year ago. If you've had a claim in the last 2 years, whether hail and especially fire, if you're dealing with smoke damage, either the Boulder fires or anywhere else, and they're offering you $40,000, there's cases Matt's dealing with right now. The initial offer, $40,000 for the cleanup. He's getting them $250,000. I am not kidding. Not just one case. I'm talking a lot. He's the best of the best. In fact, I'm going to say this about Matt. We know another public adjuster that couldn't get a certain individual a roof, and we're going to have him on next week. Matt got involved afterwards and got this guy a roof, got him $17,000. Matt, Paragon Services, 719-726-0020. Even if it's an old claim, I promise you, if you think it's done and over, it's within the past 2 years, and it was $15,000, he could get you another 15. It's not even another claim. 719-726-0020. Now, let's talk about approval reverse mortgage. It's a big decision if you're going to get a reverse mortgage. Basically, you're going to get either payments for the rest of your life out of a line of credit or maybe a bulk amount. But one thing's for sure, you're not going to have to make any more mortgage payments, and you can stay in that house for as long as you want. If you live to 150, God bless you, and yes, you can stay in that house and never pay another nickel. Now, here's the deal, though. Sometimes a reverse mortgage is the worst thing you can do. Joan Sullivan at Approval Reverse Mortgage actually has a reverse mortgage herself. She uses her own property or her own product. But on top of that, what's really cool is she's going to be honest with you. She's going to tell you, hey, it's probably not a good idea, but if you want to tap into that equity, never have a house payment again, use that money maybe for the grandkids or to spend it on yourself, go traveling, call these guys. Go to approvalreverse.com, approvalreverse.com. Say it with me, baby. approvalreverse.com. That would be funny. They hire us to do live tree farm commercials. Hey, have you been switching the feed over because Philippe texted me something or other? Ah, yeah. Trust me, it takes me a couple seconds to remember all kinds of shit.
No, this credit card thing. There's no way the dollar amount was the problem.
Didn't we have someone whose credit went down by like 200 points because of that?
Got it.
That might drop 40 points.
He's usually listening, but I don't know.
You hear me, Talib?
La 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 la.
Talib, you got me?
Oh, shit. Who do I got coming back? There I am again. Pork chop.
He's not listening to me.
Oh, listen to this, man. We got a wedding tomorrow. This is unbelievable. We have a wedding tomorrow in Pine, Colorado. Big event center or whatever they have up there. Whatever. No fucking internet at all. Zip, zero, zilch. No internet. No 4G. No internet. No phone. No Wi-Fi. Fucking Avs game. Yeah, they're getting married, and guess what? They're like 30 years old. All their friends, there's going to be 100 people there that are huge fucking Avs fans. Talk about, it's like scheduling your wedding on the fucking Super Bowl Sunday.
Right. Well, they didn't know this was going to happen.
No, but I'll tell you what, they didn't think it out all that much.
Well,
but I guess you're right. Who the fuck?
They did this 6 months ago.
They probably did it a year ago.
Yeah.
You know what you do?
My kids are getting, my son's getting.
You know what I do? I'd say, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. We're going to watch the Avs game.
My kid's getting married next month. He did it 3 or 4 months ago.
I wonder if there'll be a lot of no-shows, though. They got about 110 RSVPs.
No, people don't do that.
Yeah, some do.
Fuck yeah, some do.
If they RSVP, they're going to show up.
These are 25 to 35-year-olds.
Not everybody likes them, like a lot. I'm sure some people like 50-50.
Yeah, they're going just because they're friends and haven't seen them forever.
They wouldn't send the RSVP. They wouldn't send.
Well, sure they would. They didn't know the Avs were going to be in the playoffs.
Oh, well.
How about if it was a Super Bowl? Would you say then people wouldn't?
But no, the Super Bowl, when it's.
Nope. I think it was 21, maybe 20. They bumped it a week.
But that's unusual. Normally.
I'm not saying it's unusual. I'm saying.
This is unusual. To a point,
Odds-wise, first the Avs, of course, had to get there.
Right.
Then the Avs had to
get through two rounds.
2 rounds that were chosen to be here.
Right.
All right, 303-713-8255. Let me ask everybody a question. We were talking about on break, then I'm going to go to Charlie. Suzanne, I want you to chime in on this. A-Rod. Let's just say you had a wedding coming up, okay? And it fell on the Super Bowl. Let's just say it fell on the Super Bowl.
Well, that you can predict.
For a friend, right?
Yeah, you could predict it most years. I think it was 20.
Oh, no, like in 6, 8 months in advance.
Nobody gets married on Sunday anyway.
But, okay, so.
Not happening.
Now, how about if you scheduled your wedding, what do you think, Suzanne, a year ago?
It was a year ago.
They scheduled these folks we know. In fact, we love them. They're kind of like friends of the family. They scheduled their
we've
wedding.
We've known the kid since he was 4.
Yeah, and him and his buddies are probably the biggest sports fans you can imagine. I mean, they are all about it.
All kinds of sports, too.
Oh, my God. Every tweet, every TikTok, everything these kids do. He's 30. It's all sports. Guess when their wedding is?
Saturday.
Tomorrow. We're going up to Pine, Colorado. Guess what they don't have in Pine, Colorado, where we're going?
The Avs game.
Well, we're not sure. Unless they have a TV, we're screwed.
They definitely have 0.
The bus can't fill in here, with a wife. or something.
They listen. For the right amount of money, all things can happen.
Yep.
But here's the bottom line: the wedding's tomorrow. There is zero Wi-Fi. There is zero 4G. There is zero internet. And we know that for a fact because the texts are going back and forth right now like mad. So,
hey, Mark, do you think like everybody's going to be in their car who have satellite, Sirius XM?
I don't know what's going to happen. It's a very strange circumstance. And because of the group I'm talking about, I mean, a lot of groups aren't into stuff like this. I mean, diehard sports fans. These,
as long as you don't yell, a big yell when they're having.
Now, if this was us, Suzanne, we've been married 30 years, but let's go backwards here. Let's go back.
Well, they didn't have internet and Wi-Fi back then anyway, really.
Yeah,
They
actually,
probably didn't even have television back then.
yeah. Look who's talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Lincoln. So, but listen to this. How about if I came to you and said, you know what? I know we've sent out the invitations. We got everything scheduled for blah, blah, blah. But the Avs are in the Stanley Cup. I mean, this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Did you get that? God, I can't believe I did that, A-Rod. I have not done that for so many years. Anyhow, if you just lost me for a second, it's because I said so. I had to bleep myself. But anyhow, if I came to you, Suzanne, and said, listen, I know your parents are flying in. I already know where this is going.
And drop thousands. But Mark, listen.
This is a silly question.
Mark, even crazier that it's far enough away. All of the wedding party, the bridesmaids, the groomsmen, they're all staying the night up there in the cabins.
They're cabins. There's probably no TVs.
I think a lot of people are going to be cutting it short because the wedding's at 4.
No, you guys notice you're coughing a little bit.
I was going to say that's what's going to happen. Listen, I don't want to scare you, and I really want to be there, but I might have COVID.
I'm waiting for the result.
Yeah. Oh no. Test came in positive. I'm so sorry we can't make it. By the way, we got you that frying pan you wanted. Actually, we might not be able to go tomorrow, Suzanne. The more I've been thinking about it, I am feeling a little under the weather.
You need a pork chop.
God, a pork chop.
You're looking a little pale.
All right, Charlie's got a great question we get all the time. By the way, 303-713-8255. You have any questions, you need some help with a bad contract or anything else, you found the right show. Hey, Charlie, your question is a memo on a check legally binding, right?
That's it. That's it.
You just want the quick...
It's on a commercial lease.
Yep.
And I have a no holdover agreement, and the tenant decided they wanted to prorate their rent because they got out early, and I'm saying, no, you still owe for the entire month.
Yep.
And they sent me a partial check and said last final rent on, and then just didn't even do the full address. So I always, long time ago when I was a kid, it's like, no, that's not, that is real. Then as I matured in life, I thought, well, that can't be real.
It's a hell of a good rumor. What do they call that? It's a hell of a good old wives' tale in urban myth.
Well, hold on. I went on the internet today, and on AVO, that lawyer website, people were saying, no, it is legal, but it depends on the state you're in and the UCC laws that you're under.
Here's the bottom line. You ready for it? It is not legal. I'm not an attorney. This isn't legal advice, but I'm telling you straight up, it is not legally binding. Imagine this. I'm just going to give you the perfect example, and I love using this example every time. A lot of people, believe it or not, still pay their mortgage by a check. They send in a check on their mortgage, and let's say they owe $400,000 on a $600,000 home. So if I take a check and write $1,400 or whatever my mortgage payment is, and then in the memo put paid in full, do you think I own my house at that point?
I would agree with you.
Of course not.
I completely agree with you.
It is
100%.
100%.
I'm just telling you that
the only, I don't care what AVO or Google or Yahoo or Sesame Street says. I just don't care. The bottom line is it is not legally binding whatsoever, and it's a common myth. I have no idea where it started, how it got there. It is for one thing and one thing only, the memo. Does anybody know? It's very easy. It's for informational purposes only. It's to put whatever you want to put in there. But no, you can't just write in there. Can you imagine if I wrote in there, I'm writing a check to Kevin for an oil change, and I write in small print in the memo, by cashing this, I own your business, your car, and your third child.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how hard your third child works. You might go, deal.
We could talk. Well, yes.
But no, man, there's nothing to worry about.
On the positive side,
You could go to Zoka's over in Pine or Bucksnort in Pine and watch the game. Highly recommend going to Bucksnort.
I've been to Bucksnort.
T-Mobile does work in the area.
Have you been there?
Great.
I haven't been to Bucksnort.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Bucksnort's like there's this kind of like a river or a like a creek on the if you're out to the patio right behind it. What is that? What is that body of water running there? Is it just a creek or is that something? What is it?
It's just a body. It's just a creek. As far as I know. I don't think it actually has a name.
Yeah,
I don't. Sure the locals
it's
have a name,
absolutely beautiful. And in the bathroom, one of my favorite signs I've ever seen. Hey, thanks for calling, Charlie. You know what the sign says, Kevin? I love this sign.
What, don't eat the mince or something?
No, that'd be a good one. But if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
Yeah, one for urine, one for shit.
One for number one, one for number two.
Oh, I do that in my, like I said, in my
Just a
place.
different volume of water. Yeah.
Save water. I only flush it,
You only flush once a week.
no. But I mean, maybe twice a day. There's nobody else living with me, so what difference does it make?
Yeah. Well, you get stains and stuff in there.
Not if you have one of those things in the tank. But let's say going back to what.
Hold on, guys.
Okay.
You know what I hated? Those hot, sleepless nights.
It's where you got to jack that AC up so high. It's 97 degrees today around. It's going to be in the 90s, I think, for the next week. I'm going to tell you a little secret about saving energy bills, but on top of that, it brings in fresh outdoor air into your house. It brings in cool air. It's eco-friendly. And check this out. If you've got cats or dogs, it's great for pet owners because it gets rid of all the pet dander. And you can cool your house by 10 to 20 degrees almost instantly. And with all those great benefits, one of the best benefits is you can save from 50 to 90% off your energy AC cost. What am I talking about? Quiet, cool house fans. These things are incredible. I highly suggest you go to qccolorado.com. They're energy efficient fans that take all that cold, beautiful air in the basement and the lower floors and flush out all that hot air on your top floor. You can drop the temperature by 20 degrees and you seal the windows back up. You can save on those energy bills, and it is so quiet. It's not like those old school. It's not the whole house fan of your Father's Day. You get the idea. 303-800-3419. Call them up or visit them at qccolorado.com. Century RVs. We bought our Class A. It was a Georgetown. Beautiful Class A. 37 feet, gas, Ford chassis, V10. Man, did we love it. I shopped in Texas. I shopped in New Jersey. I shopped in California. I shopped in Nevada. I shopped all around the country for the best price. These things aren't cheap.
Yeah, I guess
you know where I found
okay.
the best price? Right here in Colorado at Century RV. And right now, trailers are the thing. Fifth wheels. People aren't buying Class A's because of the price of gas right now. But if you got a pickup and you can pull a trailer, man, you can have the best family vacations out there. These KOAs around not just Colorado, but around the country are so much fun. Young kids love it. You get to meet great people. We love it. We love going out for a month at a time in our RV. You're going to love it too. You can do fifth wheels, trailers, Class A, Class B, Class C's. These guys have it all. They have used inventory. CenturyRV.com. Great pricing. Their brand new service facility, state-of-the-art, multi-million-dollar facility, CenturyRV.com. Okay, who do I got left? We're going to talk Kevin coming back. I don't know why this guy's still up. Oh, kudos to referral. Let's go. Oh, shit. Hey.
I can do it in there. Got it. Oh, right now? Okay. Hold on. CO, he is doing an unbelievable thing. He's going to teach you everything to know about solar. I love Mark Szymanski. I've used him personally, and I'm looking forward to meet you. That's GenesisSolarCO.com. You have to RSVP. There's going to be barbecue. There's stuff for the kids. GenesisSolarCO.com. That'd be great. Can you make sure it's 30? It's real close. You might just have to grab some of my breaths. 26. I need extra breaths. We got a sec? Join Suzanne and I this Saturday, the 26th. Join Suzanne and I this Saturday. If ever had any questions about solar, they're going to answer them right there on the spot. They're also going to be able to tell you right there how much money you can save with solar. A lot of people save 110%. I know it's hard to believe. All the good, the bad, the ugly about solar isn't right for you. There's going to be barbecue, things to do with the kids, and you get to meet us. GenesisSolarCO.com.
Mark, it's next Saturday, not this Saturday.
Well, it's playing next week. The spot plays
next week.
Oh, you're recording the spot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. I thought you were giving.
Swear to God, this second clock's off. Did I say shit?
I heard you start saying it, but not finish it.
I finished it in my mind, so it's hard to. No, I mean, you hear something, you.
Yeah.
And it all went out. Every bit of it. Back in the day.
That's a huge deal.
Back in the day, the big boss man was Lee Larson. He was over all of iHeart.
Oh, I remember.
Or here. That was a Saturday night. The show was really late. It was like midnight, bro. It was a crazy fucking show, but
If somebody
303-713-8255. Man, we've got a lot going on. Hey, Kevin, Sheridan Auto Tech, you got a couple locations. You work on all kinds of cars.
Yep.
Tell me about parts right now. Is there supply issues still?
It's hit and miss, and even some of it's are local. You say you get a brake job, you call up, you got to get pads, rotors, everything, and like the one lady with the 3 hours waiting with the kid. The one store has the pads, the other store has one rotor, the third store has another rotor.
Okay.
The inventory's in town. It may take 3 hours to get the parts for the brake job.
And let me explain that to people outside of the industry, of course. So most shops, they have what they call their first call. Yours is who? Napa?
Napa, yeah.
So Kevin would go to Napa for everything if he could, but Napa might be out of a particular brake pad.
The Aurora store has pads. The Arvada store has rotors.
Oh, my God.
You can't get a complete set.
So you got to wait for 3 drivers in this scenario, 3 different stores.
That's where these time frames really start affecting.
Now, why is that? Just because the Napa locations aren't ordering properly, or it is supply chain?
It is still supply chain. They're starting to fill the inventory in as best they can.
What's the worst stuff? Is it like alternators, brake stuff, or it's just everything?
It's hit and miss. It's there's still some catalytic converter issues. They're just back ordered.
I didn't realize this. We talked like, it was probably about a year ago, but I needed a cat on something I was putting up for sale. It was a Santa Fe, a 2015, and finally you guys looked at it. The cat was out. And I didn't know that California emissions kicked in.
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly, does that make a cat expensive?
Triple.
Yeah, so an old cat would be, what, 500 maybe?
Maybe.
And now you're talking 1,000 to 15, even higher.
A lot higher, yes.
It's absolutely incredible. But you know what really kills me about Colorado? I grew up in New Jersey. That's where I got my driver's license. Yes, I can drive. I can already hear all the jokes there. But here's what's amazing. We had to have a safety inspection. In fact, I think till this day they do. I don't know if they have emission standards now. I assume they do. But importantly, I thought it was important, you had to go somewhere each year, Doc, and get your brakes checked.
Brakes and lights.
Yep. Yeah, you had to make sure your car was safe. In Colorado, they could give a rat's behind if your car is safe, if you have headlights, if you have a windshield, if anything. They just don't care. They care about the emissions.
They did years ago, and they dropped it.
But I think the emissions, I'm not saying we shouldn't have any emissions, but to adopt California's is just outrageous. It hits you in the pocketbook so heavy, man.
It's brutal.
So,
Don't pass emissions. I mean,
are you on the, make sure you're on the mic when you're talking.
I know that we were talking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Most cars pass. In fact, Wyoming, who doesn't have emissions, their emissions are dropping the same as Colorado's.
That's the part that's, it's mind-blowing.
Because the quality or the engineering and
of the car.
The cars is improving.
The manufacturer's just doing a great job. I think the California stuff is way out of control. And here's what it did to shops like you. Now, I'm not saying everybody does it, but I promise you this. If you live in Fort Collins, are you buying a cat in Colorado? No way, Jose.
Not that far.
No, you drive 30 minutes and you get the $500 cat, and there's nothing illegal about it.
Nope.
There's nothing wrong about it.
Nope.
So people are flooding to other. Now, I think New Mexico, though, our other border there, I'm pretty sure they're California emissions, too.
I don't think so.
No?
No, it's California, obviously New York, Colorado, and I think Oregon.
See, it's out.
More coming on as they, they...
It's outrageous. So if you need a cat, you're almost forced to leave now. And I'm not trying to make it political, but it's just there's certain times, like Kevin said, these new vehicles are so efficient. It's great. And I'm going to say this about electric cars. I love them. I really do. In fact, we're probably getting one here real soon. But check this out, man. If you live in New York and you have an all-electric car, let's say a Tesla, and you charge that bad boy every night, you drive 200-300 miles, whatever it is. Just normal circumstances. I don't know what you drive. If you live in the city, generally you don't drive much. But if you work in the city and you live in the Hamptons or somewhere, you're driving a lot. You honestly are commuting every day. Charging that, most of the energy out there is made with what? Do you know? Coal. So when you charge your car in your garage, you're using literally coal to charge it. They have done numerous studies. This just isn't some right-left conversation. In certain parts of the country, now not Colorado, but in certain parts of the country, if you have an all-electric car, you are creating literally more emissions than if you had a nice gasoline car, not a 1950s something or other.
Model efficient car.
It's just crazy, man. So it's like... And then, I think the current administration is saying, it's a good time to go electric. And it is. There's no doubt about it. But most people can't afford
50, 60 grand.
50, 60 grand. And then a Tesla right now, even if you did want to get one, by the time it's delivered, gas might be $1 again. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Nobody can even afford gas-powered cars these days.
Yeah, I know. All cars are crazy. Yeah. We've had our Tesla on order how long now, babe? It's been a long time, and they keep moving it back. I don't know when we'll get it. I mean, I have no idea when we're going to get it. I just don't. How about business in general, Kevin? Let's forget about supply chain and parts. Is it busy after COVID? COVID must have I know it didn't kill you because you guys could stay open during the shutdowns, but it had to slow it down because people simply weren't driving.
No, it did. It hurt.
It hurt big time.
It stung, yeah.
Would you say it's 100% back?
Oh, but yeah, by far.
Even more.
Well, more because you can't buy a car, electric or gas right now. The inventory is so low. You're putting money into your other car to make it go another year till you can get that new.
Would you say you're back to 2019 numbers?
You know what? The numbers are different because it's probably as many cars, but the ticket in average is higher.
Okay.
Because we're doing more
So
extensive work.
So you're still back to the numbers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or it sounds like you're actually doing more dollars. Maybe less cars, more dollars.
Similar cars, more dollars. Yeah. So it's been good.
All right. 303-713-8255. Hold tight.
I can imagine what the interest would be on an auto loan.
Yeah, no, we got spoiled with interest. You know, that's the thing. You know, the mortgage rate's at 2%. We're fake anyway.
So what do you think? What's the average rate of an auto loan right now?
I don't even know right now. It's got to be, you know, what, 8-10%? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
On what?
I was saying, what do you think the rates are on an auto loan?
On used stuff, it could be anywhere, but on new stuff, there's some incentives out there, 2%, 3%. But remember, you're paying over MSRP for the vehicle.
Right. Except if you buy it at John Elway, because he swears they won't do it.
No, he won't sell over MSRP.
Over MSRP, right.
So, McDonald Hyundai said the same thing to me, and technically I did buy it at MSRP, which I almost wanted to kill myself, but they made me buy fucking window tinting.
Because that's the car they had.
All right, I want to talk about someone I really like. Can you guess who it is? Can you guess? Can you guess? Can you guess?
People can't guess. Kevin, can you guess?
Frank Azer.
No, Frank Duran.
Frank Duran.
The real estate. I know you meant that. Frank Duran, the real estate man. You know, there's a ton of realtors out there. In fact, everybody knows someone that's a realtor. It might be your sister. It might be your parents. It might be your neighbor. It might be your aunt, your uncle. You get the idea, because the housing market is so hot out here. Everybody wanted to cash in on it and become a realtor. So they went out, got their license, found a job. You know, that's great. But you know what Frank Duran says? He's the best, and I believe him. I've used him numerous times. Tom's used him numerous times. But his stats is what tells the entire story. He sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors sell in a year. Listen to what I just said. Wow. He's incredible. He's going to get you more for the house. He's going to sell it faster. He just knows his secrets. I don't know how else to put it. He's a great, ethical, honest man. You'll love meeting him. He'll do a free home evaluation for you. No strings attached. No selling. No anything. He'll tell you exactly a free valuation of that house. Go to frankduranhomes.com, frankduranhomes.com. Give him a call. You'll talk directly to Frank. Say, hey, I want that free evaluation. And he's going to tell you everything. He's going to show you what everything's selling for in the neighborhood. He's going to tell you what he can get for yours. And then when you decide to sell, you simply call him back. No strings attached, free valuation, frankduranhomes.com.
It's my bad, I missed it. I did Frank Duran, I just got to do Art of Granite. I'll do it quick.
What are they working on over there?
What's that?
Construction.
They're just redoing everything, man. Everything. They're going to end up being like pods out there, or cubbies, whatever you want to call it, for the newsroom. That's going to be the newsroom. They're redoing this floors now.
Yeah, noticed it.
They're getting there, man. This was when we were gone for 5 weeks. It was all supposed to be done when we got back. They're running really late. Okay, hold on, guys. My posture sucks today. I keep catching myself. The simplest way to buy flooring, LVT, carpet, hardwood, tile, you name it, is simplyfloorsinc.com. You simply go to that website, you schedule an appointment, they're going to send one of their employees out, they're going to measure, they're going to show you samples, they're going to tell you what they offer, and they're going to give you a quote there and nothing high pressure. It's the best way to buy flooring. I personally have used them 3 times in our house. We've used them for carpet, some LVT, and then downstairs in the basement carpet. They're great guys, and the kicker, the part that I really love, not only great service, great people, but the pricing. You can save up to 40% from the big box stores. They have a big warehouse if you want to check them out, but I'm telling you the best way to do it is just do everything online, simplyfloorsinc.com, simplyfloorsinc.com. Pork chop, baby. You have no idea how bad I want a pork chop. Well, maybe you do by now. You've heard it for 4 hours. Maybe you believe me.
I love the fastest growing. They went from 4 viewers to 8 viewers, there's a 100% increase. That's why statistics are crazy, right?
Oh, stats are nuts.
Oh, stats are nuts.
Yeah.
The fastest growing, whatever. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So they went from 4 to 8.
Or 1 to 2.
Or 1 to 2 is 100%. I want to see why Bob needs a shower and gas money. That's got to be interesting.
Bob needs a shower and gas money. Do you track traffic to your website?
Yeah.
Good. I don't even use your phone numbers anymore. I just hit your website.
Mm-hmm.
People don't write shit down in their
Yeah,
car.
because the numbers that are on the website are not our primary number anyway. Yeah. It's amazing just how many new customers we still get. You know, some are 35% a month are new customers.
I think there should be charges in that hazing. I think it's fucking outrageous. So this adult bought liquor for this, not a sorority, a fraternity, and 19-year-old, I think he was 19, part of getting into the club, he had to drink a entire liter.
When he's like, he's mentally...
He's fucking gone. He's a vegetable. Yeah. But the deal was he had to drink a thing of vodka in... A liter of vodka in 2 hours, and then however many beers you chug. I don't know. I can't imagine drinking a liter of shit in a day. 2 hours. Oh, my God. Doc, isn't your stomach smart enough to go throw that shit up?
Oh, brain dead?
Oh, totally. Just vegetable, man. But, Doc, doesn't your stomach just realize the poisoning and start kicking it out?
You're lucky.
No. Look at these guys that eat 100 hot dogs.
Yeah, but they got
my kid,
there's something wrong with them.
Sophomore on a varsity football team, went out and partied with them and the whole bit. He was doing the chugging rum stuff.
Oof.
And just fortunate for him, he puked.
He puked it up.
Yeah, at some point
I would, if I drink too much, I haven't done it forever, but I'll fucking throw up that I remember. I can't even imagine drinking a fucking liter. That is so much fucking liquor.
I don't know. There's an Irish whiskey I like that's kind of brutal. Yeah. Throw the lid away kind of a night sometimes.
Hey, there's times I'll sit back, Sundays during football season, I might have a 6-pack and a few shots of fucking tequila. But it's generally over an 8-hour period.
Yeah, it's not condensed in an hour or something. Yeah.
No, and nor is it a liter of tequila.
Well, 6-pack is a lot, though. You probably run into the bathroom every...
All right, I want to tell you one more time about Garage Magic. These guys are great. You want that coating on your garage. They have a lifetime guarantee. They're really good people. They have great employees. They have good pricing, and then that lifetime warranty is unbelievable. But 720-600-HOME is their telephone number, 720-600-HOME. And Gutter Helmet, by the way, great guys. Never climb up on those ladders again. Never risk your life. You get Gutter Helmet. You can call for all the details, 303-298-8888 or gutterhelmetdenver.com. Good folks over there at Gutter Helmet. Now, what do we got here, Suzanne? I got all kinds of options. Let's go. Kudos to the referral list. I love that one. Hey, Chris, who'd you use on the referral list?
A couple of people, actually. Sam the Concrete Man.
Love him.
Gil came out, gave an estimate. They were one of 5 companies that called. The only ones that showed up gave an estimate.
Wow.
Put a new driveway in for me. They were in and out in 2 days. Tear out and rebar the first day. Second day pour. Third day, Gil came back and did a free spray, even though I didn't want the option, just sprayed it anyway.
He did it anyhow. I love that, man. Who else?
Yeah. Second was Frank Duran on selling the home.
Okay, so first of all, you can't even give kudos to Frank Duran because he's the nicest, best realtor in the world, and he's just kudos everywhere. But I'll go ahead and accept him.
No, definitely. No,
Have
he
you
did
ever
really
met a
well.
nicer guy? Chris, honest to God, I have no
I'm not.
idea who you are. Have you ever met a more righteous, nice guy? Be honest, too.
I really have not, actually.
Yeah.
I called him years ago, ended up not using him. Called him this time, did use him, and I also used his referral of Stephanie Thompson in the Springs to buy it, too. I don't know if she's on the referral list,
She
but
is.
she's also worth a shout-out, too.
Chris, I love that you shouted out to Stephanie. Stephanie is a friend of mine of over 20 years. Her husband and I are really good friends, and my wife Suzanne and her are very good friends. We see the Thomases probably at least once a month. They used to live in Denver. Now they're up in Woodland Park. She is absolutely so good at her job. It is amazing.
Yeah, no, she was on it the entire time, really, really on it as far as making sure everything was ready to go with the contract. The two were hanging on each other. Stephanie and Frank worked together to make sure that I made the sale and the purchase simultaneous, because I couldn't float both mortgages simultaneously.
You know, I couldn't ask for a better. I couldn't ask for a better review of not only those people but referrallist.com. That's why people should use them. This isn't some list like the BBB or Angie's or Home Advisor or whatever, where basically anybody can sign up. Hey, Chris, I really appreciate that. And then Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Autotech, he's on a referral list for years. 303-455-7242. Anything you need done on your car, just get it over to Kevin. Their shops are great. Their pricing is extremely fair, but their warranty, 3-year, 36,000 miles, nationwide warranty. They just do a great job, man. You guys really do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's domestic, if it's imports. You work on everything.
We do.
So that's this. Now, this one's interesting. Bob, what's going on, man? Really quick, Bob. We're running out of time.
Hey, could you hook me up with that guy? My car has been really giving me fits. Basically, what I was calling in about was I had talked with Tom last week, and we got a guy called in.
You got to get Bob. You got to be a little quicker. What's going on, man?
I'm trying to cover a lot. Okay.
Yeah, but you got a minute and a half. I'm not trying to rush you off. You got a minute and a half.
Okay, the guy that was called in and said that I could stay there. Well, I went and met with him. And
Suzanne, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Hold on, Bob. I have no idea what he's saying. No offense,
We'll have to
Bob.
call next week.
You sound intoxicated. Hold tight, man. If we can help you, we will. But I have no idea what you're asking. The guy that said I could stay there, I can't. I have no idea. If a caller said they'd let you stay with them and change their mind, I don't know what we can do. But get back to us next week. 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. I'll be on with Leland in about an hour. Tune in. My name's Mark Major. This is Troubleshooter Network.